Shut the fuck up. Please. Pretty, please. Shut up. Shut up. Just gotta wait for people to join. Okay. Welcome to the infectious madness of Dr. Dekker. You guys have a good time. Watch me play a few run-throughs of this, because apparently there are multiple endings to this game. So let's have fun with it, shall we?
The faculty thinks I've got empty, like some kind of spongy Mobius strip. That's why I'm here, isn't it, Dr. Dekker?
I can see people's dreams.
I've set up an experiment.
My dad is trying to hurt me.
Quantum suicide. You heard of it?
If I concentrate hard enough, and I know when the person's going to be asleep, I can have the dream with them.
Well, let's call him God. He creates this world for his amusement, something he can play with and occasionally alter to suit his mood.
It feels like the paintings are watching me.
Sometimes, when I walk through a door, it takes me somewhere else. Literally somewhere else.
God loves chaos, but something goes wrong. Man and woman involved. What was once chaotic becomes more ordered.
Starts as a door-to-door saleswoman. Double glazing, probably.
Dr. Dekker, I think we both know what you dreamed about last night.
I've seen its silhouette changing through the window.
Because he thinks I'm evil. Because I can see things other people can't.
On the basis that the central component of our universe is chaos, science can only document a perception of chaos at any one given moment in time.
I did what you said, Doctor. They arrested me.
Which
The
means
fuck?
that at any given moment, we can choose to alter our perception of the world. No matter how much chaos that would cause.
I thought you were supposed to fix me.
I'm telling you, it's eating people. And you're just laughing.
You're insane, Doctor. Listen to me. You're not listening. It's your only bloody job.
Jesus.
You're late. And after all those promises, never mind. Let's not. You're late. And after all those promises, you're late.
You're late.
And after all those promises, never mind.
What the fuck? Who am I?
Doctor, you're late. And after all those promises, never mind. Let's not keep the patients waiting. And if you want anything, just... Oh, sorry, I forgot. I'm not going to be here. The police still have some questions they want to ask about, you know. And then after that, I'm dropping in to see Ben. He's still in shock, and I thought we'd show we hope you're all caught up on Dr. Dekker's tapes.
What?
I think Mariana is in first, but I'm sure they'll all become a blur by the end of the day. I'll see you later. Or tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. I'll leave it to you then.
Oh, fuck me. This is... I think Mariana's up first.
I'm Mariana. Are you feeling okay?
Yes, I'm feeling
That's what
okay.
Dr. Decker would say. Well, that's why you're here, isn't it? You've replaced him. He's a good listener. I hope you are.
Why is he a good
Dr.
listener?
Decker could really get inside you.
Yeah!
It was unsettling. You let him do it. Part of the process, I guess. I think you're supposed to tell me what's wrong with me. Isn't that how it works? But please, picking me up for public nudity. I black out. And then the next thing I remember, I'm naked on the beach. Like I've been washed up on shore. Nobody's pressed charges yet, but I can feel it. It's suspicious. I work for myself. I make bracelets from things I find on the beach and sell them online. I spend a lot of time at the beach. It's just way more relaxing than anywhere else. You should come with me one day. I can show you all of the sights. I do suffer from blackouts, which is strange as I can hold my breath for a really long time. But I'm not swimming before I black out. Dr. Decker thought it was anxiety originally, and he worked it out. He eventually decided it wasn't anxiety, but I'm not going to tell you his final diagnosis. We should have a fresh start. I don't want you influenced by the prognosis. I want to stop having the blackouts. I want to stop waking up at the beach. I want to remember those entire evenings. You suggest anything that might help? Will you do it for me? Will you watch me to see what happens?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I film myself doing lots of things. It's not so easy to do when you're blacked out. Dr. Decker thought I had generalized anxiety disorder, GAD, because of the blackouts. He thought I was breathing badly. Do you think I'm breathing badly? You can check my breathing if you want. Do you want me to lie down? Can you tell just by looking at me? I'm not worried about it, just if you are. I'm not sure holding my breath too long is causing blackouts. I mean, it could, but I don't remember ever having a blackout when I'm holding my breath. I normally black out when I'm dancing. I like dancing. Do you like dancing? dance to anything with the beat. You think my dancing causes my blackouts? No, I know it's the last thing I remember, but I don't think it's that. Sometimes I remember more, but I'm tired now. Is that it for today? I dance a lot at nightclubs. I know most of the nightclubs around here. My favorite is the Pearl because they sell cheap vodka shots all night. I don't drink. Well, that's not very supportive, Doctor. Dr. Dekker was fine. He had good relationships with his patients as far as I know. I'm not sure why anyone would want him dead. I guess people see me in all of these. But someone will take offense eventually, and I'll be charged with infectious disorder. I've been a patient here for 3 months. Today is my patient birthday. Do I get a cake or something? I love the beach. Until somebody tells me it's going to kill me, I'll keep going. Have you ever been addicted to something, Doctor? I never find my clothes. I don't know why I'm naked. I hold my breath when I'm swimming underwater. Most people do. Sometimes, if I'm really excited, I'll hold my breath accidentally. Just for a few seconds. I don't know why. Like you're not listening. I thought so when I first saw you. We should get on great. When I wake up, my hair is dry, but it's pretty hot at the moment. I get baked quickly by the sun. It's possible I've been in the sea during my blackout. Wow. Let's get straight to it then. I'm not sure I feel comfortable speaking with you about that at the moment.
No, you don't get
That's
cake.
okay. I wasn't really expecting one.
I started seeing Dr. Dekker a few months ago. I thought it would be nice to have someone I could talk to about work. It can get a bit stressful sometimes. I've known a lot of doctors over the years. Most of them arrogant idiots who think nurses are just there to do their bidding, or worse. Dr. Dekker was different. He had a lot of time for me. He was interested in my problems. He was a bit offbeat, but yeah, I liked him. I like most people. It can be sad sometimes. I don't like losing a patient, but that's the job. I don't get stressed about it or anything. It's not the job that stresses me. It's the people I work with, the other nurses. They're mean to me. They call me the angel of death because so many patients have died on my shift. I don't think they mean it. Obviously, it's not my fault. It just seems to happen that way. Mm, 3 last month. 3 the month before that, I think. But only 1 so far this month, so that's good. Although one of my patients, Hilda, I don't think she's got long. She's one of the crotchety ones. Always swearing and spitting at me. Never got anything nice to say. Thinks we're going to smother her in her sleep or something. She doesn't bother me though. I'm Elin. I'm 25 and I'm a nurse. God, I sound like I'm on one of those dating shows. I work in a nursing home for the elderly. I basically do end-of-life care. The usual things. Making sure the patients are comfortable, making sure they're not in any pain, and I talk to them. I keep them company. Some of them get pretty frightened about what's coming. Well, those of them that aren't out of it on meds. I comfort them. I don't like it when patients are heavily sedated, especially when there are alternatives, like herbal remedies. I mean, imagine if you only had a few days or weeks left to live. Would you want to spend it asleep? I wouldn't. I want to see every sunrise and every sunset. I want to feel every breath. Everything gets more vivid near death.
Oh, fuck.
Death is frightening, isn't it? Isn't it what everyone's afraid of? The great unknown. No one should have to face that alone. I'm not really looking for love at the moment. I'm sort of married to my work, but in a good way. I'm a qualified herbalist. It's okay, you can laugh. Most people think herbalism is a joke. But I'd much rather help my patients sleep at night with valerian or passion flower than lorazepam, temazepam or zolpidem. Terry's one of the other nurses at the home. I don't think she likes me very much. I've been seeing him for about 9 months, I think. I think it's terrible what happened to him. So awful. No one deserves to die like that.
I'm Nathan Peel. I'm a supermarket worker from, well, hell, really. It's like those montages you get in movies. Time passes, you wake up, shave, if you feel like it, shower, get dressed. What's the point? You get this day over and over, nothing changes. Am I in purgatory, Doctor? Because I'm stuck between this day and the next. Most of the time, anyway. Dr. Dekker was a complex man. I spent a lot of time with him, but you won't remember it that way.
What?
As far as Dr. Dekker was concerned, we had Monday, then moved on to Tuesday. But me, I had Monday 5 10, 50 times before I got to Tuesday. Dr. Dekker's murder was sudden, brutal. It's terrible. The doctor. 2 weeks. 2 weeks I had of rolling days. No do-overs. No Monday, Monday, Monday. I wouldn't kill anyone though. I'd have to keep doing it, wouldn't I? A few things seem to move me forward. I saw the conflict that Dr. Dekker was going through. Let's just say you might look back on your life and think there's nothing you would have done differently. No 2 days were alike for him in the end. Like he couldn't decide what to do with himself. He was like a kid in a sweet shop. He had so many options, he didn't know what to do. I suppose if you take too long picking, all the options run away. I watched that Bill Murray film, Groundhog Day, to see if there's any clues. To see if there's any clues. That's how bad it's got. I'm looking for a cure in a Hollywood movie. Can you help me, Doctor? I don't know how, but thank you, Doctor. This is our first time around, and I trust you. I didn't see the driver. It was my fault. I pulled out, and the lorry just rammed me. Well, Hannah. She was sat next to me. I was in shock, obviously. When I came to, she was so close to me. It was like she was trying to hug me. But it wasn't right. Not natural. It's a metal pushing through. That was 5 years ago. Been shrunk for that already. If I had that day again, I wouldn't make the same mistake. Hannah would still be alive. We probably haven't found her now. I haven't had any relationships since then. My fiancée, my childhood sweetheart. We met at secondary school. She was head girl, I was the quiet one. She liked computer games, so I instantly fell for her. I proposed in Goldshire. She said she didn't date elves, so I leveled up to a human necromancer and asked again. Sorry, it's Warcraft? We spent a lot of time on that. I was fine for quite a while after the accident. Well, being treated for depression. I thought I was cured. It was only recently after meeting Dr. Dekker that I had a strange deja vu. I'm exhausted. Doctor, is our time up? No, I can't move backwards any more than a day. I don't really seem to control it. It's generally always on. I have to try and change something to move forward. Most of my days are a blur. I'm not sure if it's the sleeping tablets I'm on or just how I've learned to switch off. We played World of Warcraft a lot together. I guess it's not the cool thing to do anymore. But we had a lot of memories there. To be honest, it reminds me a lot of life now. The same thing over and over again. Bring me X bunnies to make a stew. Y badger tea. Rinse, repeat. Maybe I'm just grinding life. I'm on temazepam. Dr. Dekker prescribed them for me. He thought I would sleep through to a whole new day. I didn't. I'm not really fit for work anymore. I work in produce at the local supermarket. That mainly involves lifting heavy crates of fruit and veg into place for people to buy, and doing that over and over again. My muscles don't seem to have grown much. I think that maybe I'm not aging. When the day resets, I just reset with it. I used to be a builder. 57. Kidding. Just if you spent the whole day at the gym and then repeat that day and not go, you'd have achieved nothing.
My name is Claire Castleford, and as I'm paying a small fortune for these sessions, I expect you to be up to speed, Doctor. Being rich has its perks, but honestly, I would give it all up in a heartbeat if it could free me from this madness. The most shocking thing about Dr. Decker's death is that he didn't bring it upon himself. But then I hadn't known him for a very long time. Perhaps I was wrong about it. Well, according to your predecessor, I'm a delusional psychotic with obsessive tendencies. Oh, and a history of violence. Sounds so cold when you put it like that, though, doesn't it? To be fair, there was only one violent outburst that hardly qualifies as a history of violence, and he provoked me. I stabbed him with a steak knife. Shocking, isn't it?
Why did you stab
Brief
him?
moment of temporary insanity. Or temporary clarity, I'm not really sure which. David had been having an affair with his assistant optician, Iris. How predictable. Not just the affair, but an optician named Iris.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I'm obsessed with my husband. It's absurd, really. Because he is here. And he shouldn't be. He's lucky to be alive. He almost died. My husband is not a well man. We've been having problems for a while now. His health, if we can call it that, has been deteriorating rapidly in the last few weeks. I can't cope with caring for him anymore. David has trouble looking after himself. Sometimes I'll leave the lake house and he's just sitting in the rocking chair on the porch. And when I return the next evening, he's still there, just staring into the stars. He needs help, I know, but I can't hire anybody to care for him. David's staying at the lake house. It belonged to my parents, but I don't use it much anymore. I have the main house to myself. Since our altercation, he's become less and less. His mind's become less and less active too. Such a delightful conversationalist at one time, now more of an enigmatic husk. I tried to hurt David once. That's why I'm here, isn't it? I'm not proud of my behavior, but I was very angry. It was a private matter, though. The police should never have been involved. I never used to get angry. Ever. If you're angry, you're not in control. Isn't that right? And it would be very bad for me to lose control.
Hey, Illusion. How you doing, mate? Hope you're having a good day. I'm a schwink.
Let's save that for another time, shall we? I'm rich, but I'm not made of money. And I'm fairly sure my time is up.
No, it's not. Your time is up when I say your time is up.
As in, seeing things that are not there. I'm not going to be any more specific. It's not true in any case. I'm not delusional. Keep up, Doctor. David is my husband.
I'm doing alright, mate. Found this new game that I'm trying out.
The police seem to think I'm dangerous. I'm only sitting here talking to you because I have a lot of money. Otherwise, there's no doubt I'd be thrown into prison for a very long time. That's why I need your help, Doctor. Dr. Dekker just had that look about him. You know what they say about us crazies. Takes one to know one. I assume they think I'm dangerous because I stabbed my husband.
Nazu? Nazu? Nazu?
I suppose after what I did, there are people that might think I belonged in prison. What do you think, Doctor? Can I be saved to therapy, or should I be locked up like a dangerous criminal?
You could be saved with
You have a lot of
therapy.
faith in your abilities. That's good. I look forward to being completely cured.
Lurky lurk.
I'm Bryce Hemmings. You must be the new doctor.
Oh god,
Do you know Dr. Dekker?
Oh god.
I didn't really like Dr. Dekker, and for quite a few reasons, actually.
He did it!
I'd rather talk about my own problems for now, though, if you don't mind.
Alright.
Dr. Dekker would say one thing and do another. He would push me to do things I didn't want to do. He was getting worse towards the end. I'm surprised he didn't kill himself.
Oh. Oh.
Originally, I was suffering with depression. Work was piling up. I kept missing deadlines. I wasn't
He's
used to
giving
it.
me red alarm bells.
I got depressed. I'm a grave digger, Doctor. And people are dying quicker than we can bury them. You'd think being a grave digger had its perks, but it can be very stressful. There's a trend going towards burial rather than cremation again. And as well as running out of space, we're running out of competent grave diggers. At least ones that can use a shovel, that is. I'm not feeling anywhere near as depressed as I used to, though. Not since I got the extra hour.
What?
At midnight each day, time as you know it freezes. In my world, it just slows down to almost a stop. But I don't. I'm free to wander around and do as I please. An hour later, normal reality continues. It's my very own midnight hour.
What the fuck? What do you do in your extra hour?
I mainly catch up with work. It's a godsend. Sometimes I play chess against myself. It relaxes and strengthens the mind all at once. It's a bizarre thing to know you have an extra hour every day. I rarely ever sleep until after midnight now, so I can appreciate the extra time. I get a lot of work done in that time. I'm completely caught up. The depression is no longer an issue. 25 hours is a blessing for me.
Jesus.
But apparently, it's not real, and I'm insane for thinking it is. What do you think, Doctor?
I don't want to answer that. I don't want to answer that.
Norman Mott Bailey. You can't use mechanical diggers or excavators there in case you destroy a relic.
He's scary. What sort of
I
relics?
stumbled across a relic myself. An ancient chess piece. The Queen, I believe. The best chess piece. The most freedom of movement. But they took it away immediately and proclaimed the whole east side of Henley Church a protected site of archaeological importance. Which means we're not allowed to use it until the archaeologists have finished.
Okay.
I haven't told anyone. How well did you really know him? I hope you're nothing like him.
Yeah.
Henley Church is relatively small. Well, for the number of bodies they expect us to pack into the ground, it's relatively small. The whole building was once owned by Scientologists. They handed it back to the community as a tax break, I believe. Or they'd finished doing whatever it was they wanted to do with it. I'm not sure I believe in any religion anymore. I used to believe in God. Not anymore. There are too many religions to pick from, don't you think? Then we agree. Have you watched Zeitgeist, Doctor? Some of it is believable, and the part about most religions stemming from the same basic facts. It's more likely they've all got it wrong, and one of them has got it right.
Next day, yeah, let's go next day.
Oh, Doctor, glad I caught you. I thought you might want to hear what Ben had to say. Quick catch up? I'm not sure Ben will be coming in for a while. He's still pretty shook up about finding the body. I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often in the line of work he's in. Anyway, he said he found the body at exactly 20 minutes past 10. For some reason, the first thing he did was look at his watch. That's all he'd say before he'd shut down. Police weren't very talkative either. I wouldn't say we were best friends, but we did spend a lot of time together. There's only two of us that work here. I'm sure we'll become friends too, Doctor.
Oh, shut up.
The police wanted to know what I was doing Valentine's night, you know, when the body was found. I was at home, all on my lonesome. So I guess that makes me a suspect. Sorry, didn't you know? Ben's one of the night shift cleaners. I'm sure he's got some tales he could tell. I think the police want you to make a short list of suspects, or maybe even find the killer. You're seeing all the patients that were on the books when he was killed. There was no forced entry, so they think it might be someone he knew, or someone who had access to the office. Like little old me. Do you think I'm a suspect, Doctor?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I wasn't expecting that. I suppose everyone's a suspect at the moment, even you.
Hey!
They did mention I needed grief counselling, though, and I said you'd sort me out. I know you didn't agree, but I thought I'd let you know. That's very kind of you. Yes, Ben found Dr. Dekker's body on Valentine's night in his office. In your office.
Oh, very funny.
Yes, you know, the 14th of February, the day of love.
That's a
Or
fucking
remembering
lie.
the massacre, whichever's more. I don't know exactly, but stabbing of some kind. We'll be getting the autopsy through at some point. I'll let you know when.
Be right back. Just got a drink.
He was stabbed, so that's quite a personal thing to do. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if it was one of the patients who had a problem with the treatment they were getting.
Okay.
I'm just surmising. If you're unhappy enough to kill your therapist, they're probably not doing a very good job. I wasn't really in his social circle, so I don't know if he had any friends. In terms of enemies, I heard things get heated in his office sometimes, but I won't name any names. Susan, Annabelle, Melissa, there are some names, but they're not names of anyone I know.
Ha! She broke the law of confidentiality. Ha ha.
I didn't see it myself, so I don't know. I heard it was a bit of a mess with all the blood and everything. You know, they have people who clean up after such things, though, so you really can't tell, can you? Don't worry. That's a new chair.
Jesus.
All I know is the police took his chair for forensics, I suppose.
Okay. Next day.
I'm having a loop day. It's a do-over day? You won't remember. What's the name of your assistant again? You didn't know that yesterday. Can you remember where I met Hannah? Well done, Doctor. Yeah, we met at secondary. Wouldn't it be funny if my day loops if you fail to get a question right?
Fuck off.
I suppose it's funny for you. You won't remember. Anyway, I think I'll probably head home. This isn't helping.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry.
I'm having
Oh, shit.
It's a do-over day. You won't remember. What's the name of your assistant again? Yeah, at secondary school. It's been fun, but I've got a pill. Dr. Dekker gave me this pill. He told me if I took it, I'd never have another loop. It's got a small skull and crossbones. Should I take the tablet, Doctor?
No.
You're cool. I don't think this is getting us anywhere, though. I'll see you tomorrow. Again. I'm having a loop day.
What the fuck?
It's... Well done. Can you remember where I met Hannah? No, I don't play that game anymore. Yeah, great. Is there anything you can say that's going to break this loop for me? never mentioned a pill this time, or a tablet. What the hell is going on here? Are you reliving my days?
What the fuck?
Something, somewhere, has changed since you arrived. Like some kind of sim theory. It's a thing. Some professor believes we could be living inside a computer simulation, and someone is controlling us. And there are millions of these sims. And someone, somewhere, behind a keyboard is just causing havoc.
No.
I'm starting to think you have that keyboard, Doctor. Wait,
no.
Don't answer that. I don't want to know.
Wait, don't go. What the fuck is going on?
Midnight each day.
On Valentine's night.
Time is usually freezes.
20 minutes past 10.
Keep up, Doctor.
I think we're going to smother her in her sleep.
I'm a grave digger, Doctor.
I was at home.
David is my husband.
All on my lonesome.
Stabbed him with a steak knife.
Nothing changes.
I'm a qualified angel of death.
When I'm dancing,
You get this day over and over.
Hilda.
I black out.
I don't think she's got long.
And Laurie just...
Naked on the beach. Is that it for today?
Oh my god. This is the infectious madness of Dr. Dekker. We're trying to investigate a murder whilst also chatting with the patients.
Oh, that's where it all starts, Doctor. Anyway, do you think you can fit me in today? Looking at the diary, it's just the usual suspects, and you must be getting sick of them already. I've got this for you, too. It's some more footage from Professor Alderby that was hiding away. Come find me if you need anything.
Jesus. Okay. I'm gonna chat with him later.
I was with Dr. Dekker until about 9 o'clock. I remember getting an Uber. It was expensive, and the driver was annoying. I saw one of your patients, actually, the nurse, when we drove by the pier. She was with someone. I don't get that. I haven't been back to the beach since our last session, and no blackouts, new doctor, and new hope. You're much better behaved than Dr. Dekker. Dr. Dekker dated his patients. That's not good behavior, is it?
What the fuck?
I think her name was Scarlett? One of his patients, an older woman. Guess that's how he liked them.
Oh, new ones.
We went out for drinks. Didn't you know? He said it was a reach of something or the other, but I can be pretty persuasive when I want to be.
Jesus.
I don't drink, only sometimes, like a social drinker. Like a social smoker. They don't smoke either.
Why are you lying?
I know, it's pretty hard to believe this. I feel pretty ugly.
You're not ugly.
But I think I have a nice smile.
Yes, you do.
Lots of people find me attractive, but I've seen something truly beautiful. It makes me feel dull by comparison.
Jesus. What beautiful thing have you seen?
where I find something beautiful in the sea. I don't know you that well yet, Doctor. Let's wait a while before I tell you my most intimate secret.
Okay. Sorry to cut in, Doctor. I've just had a phone call from a solicitor. Ben's trying to sue us for nervous shock. Should I go and see him to talk it out, or should I find a solicitor to represent us? Sorry to be pushy, I just think we should act quickly before it's too late. Just let me know.
I haven't been back to the beach since our last session. I've missed it. I'd like to know, is our session up now? It was Valentine's Day. I drink on special occasions. We went out for Valentine's Day. Neither of us had dates, so I just suggested we go out together. You know, rather than just sit in with nothing to do. He'd been acting a bit strange anyway, and I thought he could do with a break. You do something you love, you're gonna miss it. I suspect I'll go back there soon, but it's help with the blackouts. I have no idea. I just went home. I guess he probably came back here if that's where they found him. People are quick to put labels on everything. I suppose Dr. Dekker was more than just a therapist to me. We had a lot of things in common, but we weren't seeing each other. I'm not seeing anyone at the moment. Are you offering, Doctor?
No!
It sounded like an offer to me, Doctor.
No, it wasn't. Shut up. No.
I've danced around in my living room, but no clubs since last time. I like dancing around in my underwear. Sometimes less.
Jesus!
Yeah, the Uber driver also fished down by the sea. He said he'd seen me lots of times after I washed up. And he told me that I had a great body.
Oh, that's so cool.
I just wanted to get home. I don't know anything else about the driver. I've forgotten him already.
Alright.
I haven't had a great day, to be honest. Someone accused me of stealing from my patients, which I would never do. Plus, Hilda's getting worse.
Oh.
This? Well, it started with this. It's a locket. Alice, one of my patients, gave it to me before she died.
Oh.
I have a few other things. A watch, a ring. One patient gave me a little china bird. They're not valuable, just trinkets, really. Strictly speaking, all of the patient's belongings should be passed on to family members after they die. But Alice's son never visited. He didn't care about his mum. Why would he care about some worthless piece of jewellery? It just doesn't feel right to me. What do you think, Doctor? Am I wrong? Hilda's the one I mentioned in our last session. She's dying. I can tell. I need to see her before it's too late. Actually, I had a problem. It wasn't anything serious, just some guy I know. But it was a nice date, different to what I'm used to. It was very traditional, old-fashioned, you know? Dinner at a nice restaurant, then we went for a little walk along the pier. Held hands, had a bit of a kiss.
Okay.
Then he called a cab, and I went home, alone.
Oh.
I think it was about 11 when I left Max. I'm sure you could check with the taxi company if you really wanted to, if you think I need an alibi. Help her finish her unfinished business. People who are dying always have things they wish they could do before they go. We leave a lot of loose ends in our lives. We're very messy that way. Yes, I had a session with Dr. on Valentine's Day. 3 o'clock, I think. Just a few hours later, he was... I still can't get over it.
Get over it.
Hilda wants to see her daughter. She's in Australia, so I'm going to have to use my talent.
What talent?
I can change my skin.
What?
What I look like. I can turn into a patient's loved one. I just hold their hand and ask them to imagine that the person they want to see is sitting right here next to them, and I become them.
Okay.
Help them move on. That's how I comfort them.
No.
I only shift at work to help my patients. I don't have any interest in using it as a party trick or to deceive anyone.
I think you're deceiving.
His name is Max. He's really sweet, but I don't see a future between us. He's not really my type. Of course, it was Terry that accused me of stealing. One of the other nurses. She's trying to make out that I'm some kind of HSK. Healthcare serial killer. You know, like those nurses that kill most of their patients. I'm surprised you haven't heard of it. Anyway, because a few of my patients have died on me, and some of those patients have given me gifts, Terry thinks it means that I've been killing them off. I've known Max a couple of years, but this is the first time we've been on a date. I don't think he's boyfriend material. Dr. Dekker seemed fine on Valentine's Day. He seemed to be in a good mood. It didn't seem like anything was bothering him. You can sense it, you know? It's like when you're outside and there's a sudden change in the light or the air feels different and you know it's going to rain. It's like that. I always know when one of my patients is fainting, even before the doctors know. Their energy changes. It sounds silly when I put it into words. Oh, I sound like my mum.
It's the anniversary of my parents' death today. Always good to the neighbours anyway. But it's also...
Oh.
stood for a while, looking across the water. It's peaceful there. It's the place that makes me feel most. There was a girl there, by the lake, only about 9 or 10. She was fishing, if you can call it that, with one of those nets on a stick. I don't know why I talked to her. She looked sad. I don't usually talk to children. But she seemed different, special. I'm allowed to talk to her, aren't I? David had been hunting again, and, well, she's seen some of the skins he hung around the lake house. David wasn't there, or at least I didn't see him. I didn't go inside. I forgot my key, and the spare was missing. Animal skins. David hunts them skins. It's horrible, really. He's not really good at either job, so the skins still have great lumps of bloody carcass hanging at them. I'm sure he'll get better with practice. Good. It felt nice. I felt like I was being nice. I felt human. So I can find her and talk to her again, Doctor. And I will. I'll look for her next time I'm there. We died of carbon monoxide poisoning. I was staying at a friend's house. Otherwise I would have the day Dr. Dekker was killed. I had a session with him in the morning at the usual time, 11 o'clock. That was the last time I saw him. Dr. Dekker made me an offer that I couldn't refuse. I'll be taking it to the grave with me though, as the tea. I don't know. I suppose she just reminded me of me. I spent a lot of time alone as a child. She said she was trying to catch some strange creatures that she's seen in the water. I don't know. Minnows, probably. Everything is strange when you're a child. Love? Yes. I suppose I always will. It was 12 years ago. I was still very young. Too young to be an orphan anyway. I had to toughen up quickly. Met isn't the right word. David has always been there, in the shadows, on the periphery. I move in very exclusive circles. You tend to see the same faces. I don't move in any circles anymore. Those people were my parents' friends, not mine. He has trouble with his mental faculties and it's getting worse. Yes. I'll watch him and make sure nothing bad happens.
Just to piss him off.
I dug the grave for Dr. Dekker. I helped carry his coffin to the burial site. Do you know what? It didn't weigh enough to have a body in it. Why do you think that is? No, the coffin wasn't empty. There was something in it. A decoy, I'd imagine. I'm guessing he was buried somewhere else, or cremated. Somebody, somewhere, didn't want his body going in the ground. Do you want to be cremated or buried, Doctor? That's a good choice, Doctor. Less work for me. Possibly a relative of yours. Possibly a patient that died here. I'm not sure. She doesn't normally say anything. There's something I want to tell you about. Something else that's wrong with me. I think I've been getting a bit out of control in my hour.
Really?
When I first got the hour, I was shocked, obviously. It took me a while to work out that everyone was frozen and only I could move. Because I live on my own. What would you do, Doctor, if you had an hour where everyone was frozen? Go to a fairground? I did think, what good could I do, other than catch up with work? I did see a woman who was having her purse searched, so I gave her purse back, and the crook, I placed him on a bus a few blocks away. I had no idea where it was going. She'd never really be able to thank me, so I took another picture. I spent most of Valentine's Day at the art gallery, where the evening party was. They had a display with the theme, Love Conquers All. I didn't get most of the paintings, but they were well done. Yes, I would steal too, and I have stolen. I ran out of milk, so I thought I'd go to the local all-night shop and get some more. I was absolutely intending to pay, but when I got there, everyone was frozen. I thought about leaving money on the counter, but that seemed weird. The cashier would wake and suddenly this money would have appeared from nowhere. But I've stolen bigger things. That was just an example, Doctor. I'm sure you can come up with more exciting things to do than that.
Fuck you, I like the fairground.
Well, that makes me feel a little better. There's a young mother, divorced, who lives opposite me. Jessica. She's friendly and says hello to me, smiles. I've always wondered what she looks like. Naked. So 1 hour, I broke into her house. She was standing in her bedroom. I took it as a sign. I took off her clothes and... I took photos of Jessica when she was naked. When I'd stripped her. When she was naked and frozen. I didn't want to have to do it again, to strip her again. So I took pictures to remind myself what she looked like. That's wrong, isn't it, Doctor?
Yes!
I know. It's that bloody Dr. Dekker. He made me this way. It's all his fault.
No.
Like I said, I originally presented with depression, and everything was going well for a while. Then Dr. Dekker changed. He was easily distracted during the sessions, like he wasn't listening. I'm pretty sure he wasn't listening half the time. I don't think he wanted to know about his patients anymore. But when he did give me advice, he told me to use my imagination, to make something up, to think something crazy, and it would become real. He told me to think of a way to get more time. So I did. But he pushed me. He made me think it. Because you have to hope, don't you, Doctor? It's only the power of hindsight that made me realize how toxic it all was. And after a point, you go too far to be able to come back anyway. Yes, I suppose I've destroyed a few things whilst in the hour. You can be the perfect supervillain. Nobody knows it as you do. That wretched dig goes on 24/7. 25/7, if you ask me. Your patient, Nathan, caused quite a stir. He interrupted one of the female students all night, apparently. Made her miscategorize some findings, going on about his dead girlfriend. It's amazing what you hear at the coffee machine. Well, I suppose that's a bonus. We're allowed to use their coffee machine while they're there.
I'm Jasmine. I don't come in that often. What happened to Dr. Dekker? Oh. When? How? Sorry, you probably don't know, do you? Ouch. I didn't really know him that well. I'm trying to remember what I was doing on Valentine's Day. We had a display in the gallery based on Love Conquers All, so I had to work. Mainly it was a collection of giant hearts sat on things, but I ran into another patient, Bryce. I'd never really spoken with him before, but he's quite an art critic. I couldn't get rid of him until I finished work at 11. There's actually another guy who takes over on the night shift. I'm not sure if he kept talking to Bryce. Providence is open to There's not much to tell. I knew he was a patient here. I'd seen him in the waiting room a couple of times. He likes art and talking and looking down here instead of up here.
Okay.
When you see a painting, it stands still. When I see one, it's moving, like a mini film, like little vines. But when there's a person in the painting, they watch me, normally disapprove. Because they don't think I know how to appreciate art, because I'm too young. Yes, of course. Otherwise I wouldn't be working in an art gallery. I love art. I love paintings. Like I said, they're new for me. When I want them to know me, when I want to really get inside what's going on. But some paintings, can't stop. I've been working on portraits, at home, outside work, but my paintings aren't so good, nowhere near Providence standard. I painted a man, Dorian, you know, after Dorian Gray. I wanted to try and capture someone aging, so I divided the face into thirds and painted a boy, his father, and his grandfather in each third. It was hideous. And it started talking to me. That I'm ugly. That I have no talent. Nothing will become of me. Is that true, Doctor? I hear it so many times in that wretched painting. It's in my head. Thank you. He was shy, and then less so. When I told him about my problem, he told me to set fire to it. Yeah, he could have been more specific. I tried to set fire to Providence. At that time, I thought the only way to fix my problem was to set fire to the entire art gallery. Several paintings didn't make it. Luckily, my boss didn't press charges. The police did arrest me though. Oh. My boss, she's just lovely like that. Providence has gone through some tough times, and I've only been there a year. She invested her life savings, and it's still not making any money. Such a sweet lady. I'd do anything for her.
Yet you set fire to an art gallery.
Dr. Dekker told me to burn it. It has nothing to do with Petra.
Wait a minute.
No. Why are you saying that? I don't even know if Petra has insurance.
Oh dear.
I already ripped up the painting. It screamed as I cut it. And now whenever I close my eyes, I can see it, hear it. I need the tablets, Doctor. I need them.
What tablets?
Temazepam? The sleeping tablets. The ones you gave me last time.
I didn't give you
Dr. Dekker
anything.
gave them to me. They helped. I know it's in my head. I know paintings can't talk. What's wrong with me, Doctor? Why do I do this? Thank you, Doctor. I'll think about that. The prescription, please?
I'm Lacey Hendricks. So you don't know about me then? Where to start? My next door neighbour in Jobson Hill, where I live, she was murdered. 80, and they diversion burgled her. But she was wise to it and started calling the police. They slit her throat with a bread knife. So I started a neighbourhood watch. It was me and Agnes. Everyone else thought we were overreacting. If they want their throats cut, that's up to them, living in the bubble. Agnes. Poor Agnes. I was at Henley Church. They had a service that ran right up till midnight. For us less fortunates without a loving her. Do you have someone, Doctor? Do you have a love in your life? She went missing, and still is. And that's what people think, but it's not the truth. It killed them. It looks normal enough. A smartly dressed, door-to-door saleswoman. I know because I heard my other neighbours shout at her. No Jehovah's! They think anyone knocking is a Jehovah. But she said she was selling double glazing. No, I didn't answer the door. That's not to nowadays. But I watched her go to Agnes's. Or Agnes. Let her right into her house. I could only see the silhouette. It turned from a person into a, well, it looked like, I guess you'd call it a Medusa. Snakes for her face. And Agnes just fell to the floor. 2 minutes later, the woman left, smiling like the cat that got the cream. That was the end of Agnes. I saw it with my own eyes. What more proof do I need? You're starting to sound like Dr. Dekker. You didn't believe me either. I didn't have much luck with him, like I said. He didn't believe me. He thought I was having a hallucination caused by the stress of my neighbour being so brutally murdered. Where is Agnes, though? I haven't found her, have they? Have they? What? That can't be possible. Is that not true. Why don't I know about it then? When was this then? Is she alive? Her useless husband is? Don't know much about him, other than the fact that he looks at me like I'm 6 foot under every time. He doesn't seem too bothered she's gone missing either. He did at first, when the police were crawling around. But now they've gone, that's stopped. If whatever's in that thing eats her, No. He's a weaselly little man. He spends far too much time in his garden. He's probably like the National Trust back there. The constant digging and building, pruning and sawing. What a thing to say. Why would you say that? I kept watching the front door after that saleswoman had left and nothing. She didn't leave. And you can't get out the back since the council sold the garage block. Ron's a gardener, not a killer. Unless... Agnes said Ron was laying the foundations for a new greenhouse. I don't think... I need to call the police. I need to call them now. But they won't listen to me. I tried to tell them about the monster, but they didn't believe me. They won't believe me about this, I promise you. Please, could you call them, Doctor? Thank you, Doctor. Now give me a pen and I'll write down the details for you. Don't you want to know why Dr. Dekker called me the leech lady? He said that I leech thoughts from people, suck them right out of their heads. And I can put thoughts in there too. I'm not that clever though. I mean, it's not as if I was having an affair with Ron. Agnes was in the way and needed to disappear.
What?
So I made this story. I mean, what do you think I do for a living anyway? Doctor, you're so good. We're going to get on just fine.
I found the murderer of Agnes.
You should come with me one night. It's a lovely way to meet new people.
So, should I get a solicitor, or shall we try and talk it out with him? I think we should get a solicitor. I know the perfect firm. I'll do it all. Don't worry about it. That's why we've got insurance for these kinds of things anyway. But the cheek of it. Hey you. Thanks for helping me with this brief thing. I'm not sure I have it though. On Valentine's Day, Dr. Dekker had a session with Claire Castle at 11 and that nurse Elin at 3. Everyone else cancelled. You see this place Christmas Eve. I was at home though, so I don't actually know who came in. Dr. Dekker did phone and ask me for Nathan's number, which is a bit strange. I don't really know where to start. I feel a bit numb. Maybe we should just talk about him. It hadn't even been a year. He was a quiet, solitary man. Good listener, as I suppose you'd need to be. His confidence did grow as time wore on, but that's what you'd expect after you fitted in. I mainly miss our chats. He used to work late with me and tell me things about the patients, things that I probably shouldn't have heard, but did. What do you think of the patients? Perhaps you shouldn't say. You can ask me. Go on, I'll tell you what I think. We'd work late together on all sorts of things. He was preoccupied with finding patterns in patients, trying to find some kind of order. Mainly he was searching for a common experience the patients might have had. That's what led them to his office. He'd study everything, even the referral letters. Yes. Letters, parking tickets, holiday destinations. You know, I find those referral letters. He was sure there was a pattern.
Hello again, Doctor. I had a bit of a shaky loop incident, but let's not talk about it. Yesterday, I set fire to Hannah's clothes in the garden. I just wanted the day to move forward. I instantly regretted it. And lo and behold, here we are, new day. Hannah's clothes and a pile of ashes. I've kept almost all of her stuff as she left it, just the clothes. I decided to burn those yesterday, so here I am. Hannah loved clothes. Every season, she'd donate her entire wardrobe to some charity or another, and only buy stuff she loved. And I was left with winter. I don't even know what her favourite season was. Does it matter? What's your favourite season, Doctor? If you like winter, you're supposed to be hard-working and analytical. I suppose that increases my chances of you curing my problem. I don't think winter was Hannah's favourite season. Not colourful enough. Dr. Dekker felt that Hannah was holding me back. The memories of Hannah. In his opinion, I was holding on to the past. So I guess he cursed me. That's even a thing. Yes, Dr. Dekker cursed me. I don't really want to talk about it, but let's just say I blame him for the way I am. Can you give me some advice, Doctor? I've been trying to think how I can get past today. I've come up with a couple of choices. I could set fire to Hannah's photographs. I've got them in Dropbox anyway. Setting fire to the clothes did the trick. Or setting fire to a rocking chair.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
She sounds like an old lady, but she loved that rocking chair, which I've not sat in since. Which one do you think's best?
Don't set fire to anything.
I attended church about 11 o'clock, Valentine's Day. I was talking to an archaeologist who said that they uncovered some fossils resembling a strange cephalopod-like creature. Strange place to find an octopus, really. What? Do you think I've got something to do with Dr. Dekker's murder? Maybe you should ask your assistant what Dekker saw that day. It was a missed call. It was Valentine's Day, so I wasn't in the mood for conversation. Walk alone. Yeah, I was outraged. I've been alone since then. I can't imagine anyone ever replacing her. Not that I've looked. Do you think I should look for someone else?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Fine. I'll try. I'm not really sure what I'm looking for though. Just sign up to Tinder and start swiping. Maybe it's just company I'm missing. But I don't really want it.
I don't want to suggest it. I don't want to. Fine, burn the photos.
let you know how it goes. I like winter. Being snowed in with Hannah, just the two of us. It's paradise. She was interesting. Maybe I misread. Maybe she was just being kind. I suppose most women wouldn't enjoy me talking about my dead ex for hours. She's dead. Thanks for bringing that up.
You're welcome.
It's a sea creature, like an octopus. I suppose they find dinosaur bones everywhere. Just because we're on land now doesn't mean millions of years ago this place was never possible in the ocean.
Ariana is a special girl. You know, there's something about her that just makes you want to follow her. Maybe that's what a trendsetter looks like. Claire seems to be shaken by something. You know, I offer her drinks every time she comes in, but she always refuses them. It's as if she just wants to come in, get her session over with, and then run off to do something else. It's a bit rude. I think Bryce has a lot of misdirected anger. I don't think I like him that much. You know, sometimes when things overrun, he's outside waiting for you, and he stares at me as if he's undressing me with his eyes. You know, he's not the first person that's done that, but still, it feels worse coming from him. Elin seems like a lovely person. I'm not really sure why she's here. I just want to cuddle Nathan all up. He's such a mess. He's always in the same clothes. And he barely talks to me though. It's the same hello every time. He reminds me of Tom.
Who is Tom?
Was a quiet mess, like Nathan. Youngish, in his early 20s. He taught piano, but he did have a strange hobby. Tom liked to base jump. That's basically falling from a huge building or mountain and pulling your parachute before you hit the ground. He started to think he could fly. Dr. Dekker tried to talk him out of it, but Tom had to prove his point. So one day, Tom decided to base jump without a parachute.
Okay, that's idiocy.
And guess what happened?
He died.
He did die. He was hit by a rock from further up the mountain. He never got to fly. Nathan thinks he knows what his problem is too, but if he's not careful, he'll get hit by that rock. I wish I'd said goodbye.
Yeah. But here's the thing, we are in a doctor's office, psychologist.
Nothing, of course. The faculty thinks I've gone loopy, like some kind of spongy Mobius strip. That's why I'm here, isn't it, Dr. Dekker? Him, God, the great old one, the elder God, Cthulhu, however you address him. Listen to me! You're not listening! It's your only bloody job! Well, let's call him God. He creates this world for his amusement, something he can play with and occasionally alter to suit his...
How are you, my friend?
But something goes wrong. Man and woman fall. What was once chaotic becomes more ordered. Without chaos, he has less power. When there's too much order, he becomes impotent. So he needs to instill chaos again. Do you know how he does that? No! And yes, but you're being too granular. He needs chaos so he can return, and the only thing stopping him is you. Not just you. You and people like you. Psychiatrists, doctors, nurses. Anyone who is caring for people who are losing their sight. You have no comprehension how important your job is, do you? He doesn't need your version of insanity to spread. He needs chaos. It's not the same. It just means to an end. They're not all cultists, unfortunately. Once you see the truth, it's hard not to spread chaos yourself, to cause further insanity and on your own. I doubt it. But can I make you question your reality?
No! No!
This, I would be promoting more chaos.
No!
On the basis that the central component of our universe is chaos, science can only document a perception of chaos at any one given moment in time. As, by definition, chaos is unpredictable from one moment to the next.
No!
Which means that at any given moment, we can choose to alter our perception of the world, no matter how much chaos that will cause. In 10 seconds' time, there will be no gravity in this room. We will float. 3, 2, 1. You think nothing happened? Where's
Yeah,
your
nothing
ghost?
happened. What the fuck?
I wish I'd said goodbye to Dr. Dekker. It was so sudden. Here, then gone. He resigned anyway, but that's not the same, is it? Dr. Dekker resigned shortly before his murder. No, it's sad. But doctors come and go, and only poor Jaya remains. I've got his resignation letter somewhere. You know, I do all the hiring and firing around here. Well, Professor Alderby and the Trust technically do that.
What the fuck?
Professor Alderby is a trustee. Did I not mention that? Most of the patients are suspects according to the police. Almost all the patients are referred, some of them are privates, but Dr. Dekker didn't introduce any of them. It's smashed.
What?
Professor Alderby is a trustee. Did I
Yeah.
not mention it? She was cuddling him like he was 6. He's 25. So you watched the tapes. Ah, gold star for you.
Hans, I can change my skin.
Then
No.
Dr. Dekker dated his patients.
I had a hot date.
We went out for drinks.
I took photos of Jessica.
Dr. Dekker did
On
phone,
Valentine's Day.
asked me for Nathan. There was a girl there. Am I right? I'm allowed to talk to her, aren't I? It was preoccupied with finding
Photographs.
patterns.
Rocking chair.
I haven't been back to the beach since,
I had a bit of a shaky loop incident.
where I find something
I set fire
beautiful in the sea.
to Hannah's clothes in the garden.
I dug the grave.
I wish I
Dr. Dekker cursed me.
It didn't weigh enough to have a body in it.
Oh, Doctor, you surprised me. Reminds me of Officer Yates. Did I ever mention I had a special friend in the police force?
Ooh.
It's not something you drop politely into a conversation. He's been doing some digging and he's found a couple of things. There's a crime scene report that goes into all the gory details and another report that's about a patient you're seeing today, Claire. I'll put them both
Claire?
on my desk for you. And thanks for the grief counselling, by the way. It's really been helping. You know, I'm so glad you're here.
Oh, stop. Okay. Claire, that's the one who stabbed. Steak knife. Oh.
It makes for interesting reading, doesn't it? I can tell you're dying to ask me about it. Fire away. That's what it says. You're confused. The police say that David is dead, fatally wounded when I stabbed him. The coroner says that David's dead. Everyone says that David is dead. There was even a funeral. But I know he's alive.
Oh.
He's buried at Hanley Church. You can go see for yourself. There's even a headstone. One of your other patients was a pallbearer. I never forget her face. You should ask him. David wanted to have a talk about our relationship. Not something any married person wants to hear. He said he'd been with Iris for about a year and that he loved her. He said he didn't love me anymore. Which I know is a lie. You don't just fall out of love with somebody. I reacted badly. I grabbed the nearest weapon I could find, which happened to be the steak knife, and stabbed him with it.
Jesus.
So much blood. I instantly regretted it.
Jesus Christ.
So I fixed him.
But you killed him.
Bryce was a pallbearer for David. He's also a gravedigger, I believe. A paper spike is an odd thing to use as a weapon. I suppose if it went directly into the heart, it might
What?
work. Or
What?
Through his
What?
eye, or perhaps through the air into his brain.
What?
Or was it just a frenzied, bloody mess of a murder? Do you know, Doctor?
How are
I've
you
been to the
today?
lake house regularly, keeping an eye on David.
He's
I saw the
dead.
girl again, the one I told you about. She was playing outside. It was about a week later. I brought David back to life. Not with voodoo, not with virginal sacrifice. I just willed it to happen. And
What the fuck?
Dr. Dekker told me it was possible. But only if you're not buried. Says once you're in the ground, there's no coming back. But until then, you have a chance at resurrection. Smuggling a body out of a funeral can be difficult. Unless you pay the right people.
Fuck me.
Yes, resurrection. But now that I've been the road, I don't think there's anything holy about it. I think reanimation is more an accurate term. Like, I'm an evil necromancer, raising things from the dead.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Really?
I think his brain was already decaying during the week that he was dead. Important bits. So when I brought him back to life, I didn't heal him completely.
So
Just
he
gave
has
him
a,
life in
she
the
has
space
a,
of his own. I mean,
she
he's
has a
hunting and killing
corpse.
things and trying to roast them on fires he can only light with matches, but that's about it. He's your basic Neanderthal.
Oh, for
I'm being charged with murder because the police don't know he's still alive, and I can't get David to vouch for me for obvious reasons. I think it would raise quite a few more questions than answers, which is why I'm hoping that you'll be able to help me.
How can I help you?
Considering the circumstances, I'd be grateful if you could see a way to declaring me temporarily insane at the time of the murder. To lessen my sentence. Because I'm not a killer. But I can't prove otherwise. You don't still think I'm a killer, do you, Doctor?
Fuck,
At worst, it's manslaughter. I didn't mean to kill him, I just stabbed him a bit. And although he was dead for a week, I brought him back to life. Does this mean you won't help me? Was I temporarily insane? I'm going to pretend that I didn't hear that. Let's have a few more sessions before you seal our fates. Or is it that you want something else? Like Dr. Dekker did. Dr. Dekker teased me mercilessly about my invisibility. He didn't believe I'd reanimated David. Once, he presented me with a dead mouse and commanded me to give it life again. I didn't, of course. It's not something I'd throw around lightly. He changed his mind about me eventually. And then he mentioned the girl. He told me he'd locked up a girl in the basement of his house, just for me, and he asked me to reanimate her.
What?
It was Iris. I said I couldn't reanimate something that wasn't dead, and he said that wouldn't be a problem. So I agreed. I just played along. I was hoping it wasn't real. I assumed it wasn't real.
What
but
the
he was offering me what I
fuck?
wanted. A temporary insanity diagnosis. It didn't happen. Dr. Dekker called me from his house to cancel. He was furious. He said that Iris had escaped and he blamed me for it. He said that I must have set her free after he told me about her. I knew it was all lies anyways. He was obviously titillating himself by reprimanding me. He knew I'd never want to speak to Iris again, so I couldn't prove it either way. Dr. Dekker asked if I could prove David wasn't dead, so I took him to the lake house. He saw that I was telling the truth. I can take you to see him too, if you like. Would you like to see David, Doctor?
Yeah.
Very well. In our next session. You tell me. What could possibly explain that?
Jesus. She's...
Since I brought him back, I felt that there was something different about him. Something not quite right. I think it's his brain. But how ludicrous that you can bring someone back in the first place. It's like that book, Pet Cemetery. Funnily enough, he does smell of earth, but that's because he spends most of his time out hunting.
Yes?
I'm going over to IGA.
Okay.
You alright? Do you need anything?
Can I have some Powerade and maybe some splits? Bulla splits?
Yep.
For my throat, please?
Okay.
I'm playing this game. It's actually quite cool. I'm playing as a psychologist and I'm also trying to solve a murder.
Alright.
And this woman is batshit insane.
Really?
She claims after killing her husband with a steak knife after finding out he had an affair with his assistant, she claimed she smuggled the body out of the funeral and reanimated David, her husband, back to life. And she basically said, would you like me to bring him in our next session? I'm like, yeah, prove it. And then she said, when I asked her things like, what is a paper slice? That was the murder weapon for Dr. Dekker. She said, oh, it's a really odd choice for a weapon, but I can assume if it goes through the heart. The first thing she says was through the heart, and that was where Dr. Dekker was stabbed. And I'm just like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
She's odd.
She's odd, but might be the killer.
Have fun with that.
I will.
If David doesn't exist, then that means that I've really killed him. He really is buried, and I really should be going to prison for a very long time. That just doesn't seem right to me. It's more probable that I reanimated him under Dr. Decker's guidance.
The fuck?
How astute, Doctor. Yes, I did say I hadn't seen Dr. Dekker outside of our sessions. That wasn't a lie. Our trip to the lake house was made during a session. I assure you, David is not a ghost. I've touched him. I didn't speak to her this time. Something about her made me feel uneasy. I just watched her from the bedroom window.
Jesus
She caught a
Christ.
fish. She was holding it in her hands.
I'm freaked out. I'm so freaked out. Hold on. I see a couple of new people and I want to follow them. Anybody who comes into my live streams will automatically get a follow from me. But man, this game is creepy! Oh, fuck my asthma. I fucking hate it. But this game is quite cool. It's creepy, but it's cool. I like it.
I wasn't close enough to see, but for all intents and purposes, it looked as if the fish bit her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 cycle.
No. Don't sing that fucking song.
It's true, man. I'd heard Dr. Dekker was stabbed, but I didn't know for sure. It's weird. That whoever did it would choose the paper spike. Dr. Dekker used to play with it in our sessions sometimes. You know, pick it up, handle it while we talked. I remember once, he pushed the spike through his skin, at this bit here between his thumb and his finger. He said he didn't think I'd mind the sight of blood being a nurse and that, but actually, there wasn't any.
I was a bit freaked out. At first, I thought it was a trick. A magic trick, you know? Like some kind of therapeutic test. Show the patient this retractable spike and see how they react. It wasn't. The spike was real. Dr. Dekker gave me a paper spike to try. It wasn't fake. It was pretty sharp, actually. I don't know how he did it. He said he just thought that it wouldn't hurt him, so it didn't. Fine. Works fine. Hilda's fading past. Terry. Oh, you'd be pleased to know I don't have the locket anymore. I gave it back. All of it. Every single keepsake.
Good girl. Good girl.
Terry seems to have backed down since I gave the keepsakes back. Actually, it doesn't seem like she's been very well. Not her usual self. Maybe she's got a bug or something.
Huh?
You told me to. Well, not in so many words, but you said I shouldn't have kept them. And what with Terry going around telling everyone I stole them, I didn't feel like I really had any choice. The locket, the watch, the ring. But I kept the little bird Sarah gave me. Wasn't so sad, huh?
What?
Dr. Dekker's mother. She was one of my first patients, but she died a while ago.
What?
Hilda's nearing the end. She's been sleeping a lot, not eating much. She hasn't been that argumentative either. Although, she did give me a vicious scratch yesterday. It was nothing. I was just trying to give her meds. It's hard, you know? I'm trying to help her, but she keeps fighting me. It'll be better after she's seen her daughter. I've decided I'm going to do it tonight. She hasn't got much time left. You know the answer to that, Doctor. What have we been talking about? What can I do for Hilda that will make it all better?
Jesus Christ.
Seriously? No, that isn't what I meant. That's the plan. I know, it sounds unbelievable, like I'm making it up.
I wish I could prove it to you somehow. We could try shifting now. Think of someone you really love. It might help if you close your eyes. What are you thinking of? Can you picture them? Okay, hold on. Sorry. I don't think it's gonna work. On the bright side, that probably means you're not gonna die anytime soon. It's tricky. I mean, I'll sound exactly like Hilda's daughter, but I try and keep it vague because I don't become her. I don't know what she would really say. I say things like, it's okay, don't be scared, I love you, Mum, or I love you, Dad. But it doesn't really matter what their relationship's like because it's not really them. I always do Disney version. The best, most loving version.
Jesus Christ.
That's what my patients want to hear. And maybe deep down they know it's not the truth, but it's got to be better than reality.
Be right back. Oh, Jesus. Fuck. Alright, I'm back. Let's continue this madness.
Does it really matter if it's the truth? Isn't it worth it if it brings them peace? Tell me honestly, Doctor, do you really think that what I'm doing is wrong? So you're saying I should let Hilda die without seeing her daughter one last time?
If it's not the truth.
Good, because I really feel this is something I have to do. Like it's my calling or something. As far as I know, it only works on people who are close to death. That's the whole point of it. I have to hold their hand, and they have to think of the person, and they have to be near death. And those seem to be the 3 criteria. It just makes things complicated, doesn't it? I knew Dr. Dekker's mother before I started seeing Dr. Dekker. She's dead. Now he's dead. I'm sure you're going to have a field day. Yeah, that's the reason I came to see her. I knew she was dying. But he refused to talk to me unless I booked a session, so I did. And well, here we are. I told Dr. Dekker that his mum was dying, that he should see her before it's too late. But he wasn't interested. It wasn't like he hated her. It was just like, it wasn't important. He asked me to take care of her. He did send his assistant out to see her. Sorry, your assistant. It was about the 2nd, 3rd session we had. He said he could tell that I was a good person, that I wanted to help him, and that I should think really hard about how I could do it. That's how I discovered shifting.
I think Dr. Dekker's a nut job.
All Dr. Dekker did was encourage me. But the shifting, that's all me. And my mum's psychic and my sister's I was just ordinary. I always felt like I wasn't special, like I was missing out. But I wasn't. I just hadn't discovered what I could do yet. Sarah Dekker was one of the first ones to try shifting. I didn't really know what I was doing at first. I didn't actually expect anything to happen. I just thought, what would really help was maybe she would just imagine that he was there. But it actually happened. I changed into him. Dr. Dekker. It blew my mind.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
To tell you the truth, I don't really know what an envelope is. should probably Google it sometime. My mum's got these spirit guides on her telephones. Mostly about my love life, it seems.
For fuck's sake.
Dr. Dekker used to put my checks on that thing. I guess someone thought they weren't getting value for money.
Ha ha. Bad joke.
I actually don't have a lot of money. Sometimes a therapy check would bounce, but Dr. Dekker would be okay with it. Oh, my checks are fine though, don't worry. I'm not broke. Men buy me drinks at bars though. Sometimes I'll get away with not paying at restaurants. Isn't that how it is for everybody?
No.
You've got a good memory, Doctor. Let's talk dreams. Sometimes I'll dream about a light. Deep in the ocean somewhere. I head towards it. It's warm and glowing. Beacon. And when I'm at the bottom, it's the most beautiful thing. Like a welcome in the sun. Like I'm home. And then I wake up. It's so beautiful. It calls me. It's like I'm in a trance. What does the dream mean, Doctor?
It means don't go towards the light.
Yes, I suppose I follow that glow like people follow me. I still don't know what it means though. I'm okay. Thanks for asking. It's rent day, and I always feel a little blue on rent day. Rent day is the day I pay rent to my landlady. I mainly like drive-thrus. I don't like crowds, and I find it difficult to stay in the same place for too long. I guess I'm a fidget. Crowds at nightclubs and bars are different. The lights are dim. You can slink around without attracting too much attention. Sometimes I'll kiss a guy in a club, and then he just follows me wherever I go. It's creepy.
Why do you kiss him
I don't
though?
want everyone seeing that.
Why do you kiss him though? Why do you kiss?
Follow me wherever I go. Anywhere. Where do you think they follow me, Doctor?
In your pants.
It depends where they follow me. If they follow me home, they bang on the door for an hour or so, then leave. Other places, they just disappear. I don't see them again. They don't just disappear into thin air. I think they return to the place I found them. But I've not run into the same person twice. I've had no black house, and I haven't been to the beach since our last session. But I think I will today. Do you want to come with me to the beach? Doctor, I think you're getting a little anxious. If you ever wanted to visit the beach, you could just turn up. It's not mine. It's just good manners to accept when someone offers to buy you a drink. I'm a very good-natured girl. Don't you think I'm sweet, Doctor?
She Jesus Christ.
I think you're falling for me, Doctor. Don't let that get in the way of helping me. Yes, they follow me home. They're silent. It's like a trance. There was one guy, a real gym buddy. I let him into the bedroom, but nothing. Nothing I did would stop him just staring at me. It was creepy. I followed me outside, and then I just shut the door. Yes, Doctor, sometimes they follow me to the beach, and the next thing I remember, I'm blacked out. And naked. Shivering in sand.
Oh.
Who knows what happened to them?
Oh.
Are we still talking about him? And I thought you were just interested in me, Doctor.
Hey.
Dr. Dekker suggested home visits. I think he was probably checking on his investment. You're not thinking of doing home visits, are you, Doctor?
No.
That's good. I'm not sure I can afford any more of your time.
I've told you all I know about Dr. Dekker. He started out good, then turned a bit cold towards the end. When you start giving people more problems as a therapist, that's a bit crazy. Started out with depression. Now it seems to repeat days. Even if you don't believe the repeat days, then I clearly have extra mental health problems that he's given me. I think they possibly curse other people, a bit like he cursed me. Sometimes you can see he was bursting to tell me that.
Powerade isn't cold, so start with one of these. Which one do you want?
Thank you.
Okay.
What time is Ainsley picking us up?
4:45.
Alrighty.
The little finger ones.
So, I'll be dressed before then. We have a bit of time. That's good.
What's the time now?
About 1:45.
2 hours.
That's good.
Perhaps well remembered. I was hoping to forget. It's going to sound crazy. Dr. Dekker said I would never be able to move forward until I came to terms with my grief. And so from this point on, I started to relive the same day over and over again until I made something of it. I believed it. I didn't want to believe it. I remember I said, you can't just say things and they happen. He laughed and laughed. I think he was going mad. He said he'd give me a demonstration. He held his hand outstretched and told me to look at the flame. There was no flame, and then there was. He was holding a flame in his hand that had come out of nowhere.
Hey!
And he tried to hypnotize me to make me forget it. I didn't forget seeing the flame. He wanted me to forget it all, but I didn't. Whatever reason, he couldn't undo what he'd done. I was scared. I pretended like the hypnosis had worked.
Oh!
I didn't forget seeing the flame. He wanted me to forget it all.
Oh.
I was scared what Dr. Dekker would do to me if he found out I still knew. So I had to play along. Keep coming to the sessions, pretend I hadn't seen what he'd done. It was awful, because I was suffering through the same days over and over again. I couldn't talk to him about it. He'd know.
Oh.
I didn't notice Dr. Dekker had a paper spike. I hadn't really seen more than a foot in front of me. I burned the photos of Hannah. It didn't work. I suppose because the loss was superficial. The next thing I burned was the rocking chair. That worked. I've been getting rid of her stuff ever since. There was a day when I attacked a Salvation Army bin, but I gave in. I accidentally put Hannah's diary into a Salvation Army donation bin. They're like huge post boxes with a circular tray that makes sure things spill to the bottom. I tried to get in to get it back, but I gave up. I read the last few weeks of Hannah's diary while I must have accidentally dropped in some clothes for the Salvation Army bin. It's funny, because I wasn't going to read it. She said she'd fallen out of love with me. She was going to break off the engagement.
Oh. Aww.
I regretted that I mourned for Hannah so much. I regret the grief. I regret all the days I slept through because of it. Had I known she didn't love me anymore, things would have been different. I'm a bit angry now. If I had that day over again, I may just still pull out in front of the driver. He'd become bored of me, so I got much of my insight from the calls and messages he'd take during our sessions. I think because he hypnotized me, he didn't want to play with me anymore, so I got basic therapist. He told me lots of people get depression, to become more active, to see more people. And although he wouldn't always be there to listen, Jaya would be.
What? Oh.
Yeah, I talked to her quite a lot. I'm not sure how many days of that she'd remember. She seemed to care, which is more I can say for Dekker. Can we maybe not talk about Hannah anymore? And thanks for the dating advice, by the way.
What dating
I
advice?
signed up for a dating website. It's a bit easy, to be honest. If I message something they don't like, I change it on a daily basis. It's not very honest. If I'm being honest, I'd probably rather ask out one of the patients I've seen here. The friendly redhead, with the accent. I didn't kill Dr. Dekker. I wanted to be as far away from him as possible. I don't know.
I'm actually a classically trained pallbearer. There are a lot of health and safety considerations. Not everybody can do it. Well, properly at least. Occasionally I step in if the funeral director is short-shouldered. I do remember her face. She wasn't upset in the usual way. She seemed agitated. Her husband must have been a giant. The coffin was so heavy. I remember because aft port side sprained his ankle. That and he wasn't lifting correctly. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, Doctor. I saw Claire Castleford's husband in the coffin myself before carrying him to the grave. He is in the ground. I'm sure it wouldn't take much for the police to get an order to have him exhumed. Just make sure it's done on Tuesday morning when I'm off. Dr. Dekker frequently used that paper spike on his desk as an example. I'm sure he did it with the other patients too. He'd make me look at it, touch the point to see how sharp it was. He'd tell me that because I think it's sharp, it will hurt me. But if I thought it was nothing, it could pass right through my hand.
I
I spied on Dr. Dekker not long before he was murdered. I'm not sure I should tell you what I saw in his basement. I've been feeling uneasy with Dr. Dekker for some time. I mentioned how he'd changed before, so I began spying on him at home. One night, the basement door was open, and Dekker was returning upstairs. I skipped past her, and there she was, a girl. It was difficult to tell, and it was dark, and she was chained.
What?
I removed the chains, dressed her, and sat her in the police station. There's no evidence, though. No evidence of what he'd done. But she was free. I saved her.
You did good.
I'm not evil. I destroyed evil. Hello, Doctor. I've been thinking about our last session, and I just wanted you to know that I'm not a bad person. I know taking me to the glass is wrong, but you don't know what it's like until you face the same temptation. I'm assuming you don't know what it's like. Do you have an extra hour, Doctor? You're playing games with me, Doctor. I was going to tell you what I know about the murder weapon, but now, well, now you just have to go without.
Oh, fuck you then.
Whatever it is that's following me, it doesn't want to catch me yet. If I move towards it, it runs away. And when I follow it past temptations. A bar brawl, an open till, an open bedroom window, like it's testing me. I looked in. Watching other people is somehow built into our genes, Doctor. There was an old woman in bed. I went inside. Her bed covers were smoking. I think she'd fallen asleep holding a cigarette. I took the covers and put them in the bath. She'd have died otherwise. And no, I didn't take any pictures.
She's too old.
I don't know who it is. My initial thought was that it was you. That I told you about my affliction and somehow you got it too. Now I think maybe it's the military or some organization that wants to use the hour themselves. Maybe it's Dr. Dekker risen from the dead.
No.
I need to talk to you about it. I'm surprised I haven't been approached earlier. I mean, my skills in the military. Special ops would be a breeze, wouldn't it? Waltz in past everyone during the midnight hour. Get whatever you want and return to friendly soil. It also makes me think that they might already know all of that, and that they want to get rid of me in case I tell anyone else. Would you do something for me? If they get me?
Yes.
Would you tell Jessica? I love her. She didn't really know me that well, but I did love her. And also, there's a hard drive in the bottom drawer of my drinks cabinet. Please destroy it. Please, don't look at it. I split the brawl up. I did nothing. I'm not stealing anymore. Jessica is a beautiful woman. I've not spied on her since the incident we talked about. I have real feelings for her, Doctor. I just... never connected.
Oh dear.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. It's nice you think I'm capable of such basic interaction with females.
Well, you're talking to me right now.
But I'm still in awe of her, really. I will think about it. put my hand through a rusty nail it worked in. It hurt like hell and bled like I'd been shot. I closed my eyes and thought, this isn't happening. The nail is just a worm, and it will wriggle through me. When I looked back, can you guess what I saw? When I looked back at my hand, it was healed. Look, see? My hand had healed. The nail had become a worm and was wriggling in my palm. It was like a little miracle. Like magic. I shouldn't really say miracle or magic. They're words that Dr. Dekker used when he tried to get you to think things and make them real. But do you think it's real? That magic is real?
No.
And so it isn't. I envy you, Doctor. I wish I could be so sure. I find using nautical terms to describe the position of pallbearers fitting. Plus, most of them are 3 sheets to the wind. You know.
Drunk. Most of them are drunk. Just plugging it back in. JR. Professor Crick.
It's in that police report that I gave to you. You should really take a look at it. I think that's all settled now. We are agreeing to pay Ben £5,000 and he's agreeing not to say anything about what he saw. I'm fine. I'm ready for my grief counselling. I emailed you Mariana's address. I don't know why you'd want it. I suppose you're going to start doing home visits now, like Dr. Dekker?
No!
Doctor, if you don't want it, don't text me and ask for it. It's alright. I don't mind doing menial tasks for you. Someone has to do them. Grief is such a strange word if you keep saying it. Grief, grief, grief. It sounds like somebody's being whipped. And you're going to ask me how I feel today? He thought he saw a creature coming out of Dr. Dekker's mouth. But at least that's the reason he's given for not emptying the bins that night. Either way, it's not the kind of publicity that we need. Shiny, happy, sane people.
Man, this game is giving me a bit of an appreciation for psychologists. Like, man, they do a lot of nonsense. Like, magic is Yeah. Ooh.
Yes, Dr. Dekker started doing home visits for Mariana. He said she couldn't concentrate properly in his office. I hope you're not thinking of doing the same thing. I need you right where I can see you. Checks and balances, Doctor. Somebody needs to be watching the watchman, so to speak. Make sure you're helping, not hindering. He probably did his fair share of helping and hindering. He was definitely helping in the beginning, but then seemed to lose sight of things. I think he was so overwhelmed by the patients he was getting. His curiosity just got the better of him. There was a definite turning point. Somewhere around the time Professor Alderby turned up, that seemed to unsettle him. And then we had a flood of extra weird patients. I think it was all too much for him. I think I misjudged him. I hope you deal with it better. Some mornings I come into work and still expect him to be here. Sometimes it feels like he actually is here, watching over me. We had a connection. It's gone now, though. You can't have a connection with the dead, can you? Not for too long, anyway. Dr. Dekker asked me to have dinner with him for Valentine's. I refused, obviously, because you don't sleep where you eat or something like that. But it was flattering, especially with competition like Mariana around.
Jesus.
Sorry, I didn't mean I was competing. I was happy Mariana was going out with him. I didn't want to be romantic with him. We had a stronger connection than that. Dr. Dekker and I shared some philosophy. We both read The Cult of the Kinetic Mind, and we agreed with a lot of what it said. Have you read that book, Doctor? In The Cult of the Kinetic Mind, the author suggests that everyone is capable of psychokinesis, and that the cult leaders specifically had these powers that turned their followers into disciples. It's not a fun read, but if you're into psychology, it's a blast. Psychokinesis is the ability to change the physical world without actually touching it, just by using your mind. It's not just about bending spoons. It covers all sorts of things like telepathy, telekinesis, telesabalas. Shoot me, I'm a Kojak fan.
Yeah, bang.
Like I said, all those cool things are in...
Oh, I feel like you're repeating yourself. Like,
no.
You're boring me.
It's entirely possible that someone is targeting this practice with psychokinetic patients. To what end, I don't know. It's no coincidence that most psychokinetic patients are diagnosed as insane, or at least temporarily insane. It's a handy diagnosis if you're facing criminal prosecution, especially if it's for murder. How do you make people who think they have special powers better? Do you remain
No.
Things could escalate. I was at home on my lonesome Honestly, I think Dr. Dekker had a bit of a crush on Mariana, or vice versa. I'm not really sure. There's some footage from their home sessions if you want to see them.
Oh, God.
It was a joke, Doctor. I guess we found our level.
Oh, fuck you. Could have helped.
Dr. Dekker did send me to see his mother once. She was dying in a nursing home and he didn't want to see her. I remember him calling her a manipulative little old hag. I tend not to ask any more questions after that. Oops, that was a strange thing to say, wasn't it? Whipped. Am I all whips and chains in the bedroom or dominant in the boardroom? Don't answer that, it's not a question. It's early days for a harassment suit yet, what with Ben's nervous shock already. I didn't really speak to Nathan that much at all, but I have this strange feeling that I know him really well. I can't quite put my finger on it.
Professor Warwick, I'm a physicist. Where's Dr. Dekker? Is he really? Actually dead? Not a worthy adversary after all, then. Dr. Dekker challenged me. He tried to use my theories against me. Quantum theories. Do you really want to know? Dekker's eyes used to glaze over when he talked about that. He didn't believe in quantum physics. As if it's something that you can optionally believe in. Well, it started with an experiment. Have you heard of quantum suicide, Doctor?
No.
Quantum suicide is a thought experiment that tries to explain the many worlds. You're looking at me blankly. I can see that you don't understand. I knew you wouldn't. Alternate universes. Essentially, if I were to shoot myself, then in some alternate universe, I'd still be alive. Now imagine if I could actually choose that universe. I'm taking a product off the supermarket shelf. Well, I simply applied that logic to something. Gambling. I set up an experiment whereby I would visit a casino and place a very large bet at the roulette table. Now, I would always bet on odd. Now, the results of this particular experiment were mundane. I won as many times as you would expect according to the laws of probability. But then, I changed a parameter. Why not gambling? My wife, Vanessa, left me for a neurosurgeon. She emptied our entire combined wealth into her barrister's wallet. I needed more money. Physics provided me with a solution. We were married for 14 years, 7 months and 3 days. Vanessa couldn't have children. At least that's what she told me. She grounded me in reality. I'm not complaining. It's probably what I need. Part of me always thought one day achieve immortality through science. It wasn't to be, though. Well, yes, it bothered me. Especially now that I find out that she's pregnant. Oh, no, it wasn't a rocket scientist that was required, but a brain surgeon, it seems. I have considered putting that neurosurgeon into his darkest timelines. But I'm not a killer. You see. Quantum...
Stop looking at me like that. You've made me do this. Don't try and escape. You're all tied up.
What the fuck?
Now tell me the truth. Is this a dream? That's a good doctor. Yes, it's all a big dream. So let's get down to business. Do you believe that people can have kinetic powers?
No. Ow!
I think you like it when I hurt you, Doctor. That's a worrying sign.
People obviously have powers. That's how I'm here, testing you.
Now, how do we treat people with kinetic powers? Do we encourage them or do we discourage them?
You know, that one.
Very good, Doctor. That's the right answer. Remember it, or there will be consequences. Now, since I'm here, let's have a little bit of fun. Shall we?
No.
Doctor?
No. No, get the fuck off me. Get the off me.
Someone else in my power. I removed the chains, dressed her.
It was Iris. We could try shifting that.
Would you like to see David, Doctor?
Sorry.
We both read The Cult of the Kinetic Mind, and that broke. It's no coincidence that most psychokinetic patients are
Grateful if you could see your way to declaring me
insane, or at least
temporarily insane.
There was no flame. And then there was.
I'll kiss a guy,
I pretended like the hypnosis had worked.
and then he just follows me
Can we maybe not talk about Hannah anymore?
wherever I go.
You may just still pull out in front of the driver.
Morning, Doctor. You're looking a bit unwell. They're getting you all wound up. Well, have a look at this. I found it in Dropbox. Apparently, Dr. Dekker lent Mariana some money. Sounds dodgy, doesn't it? I also got the toxicology report back from Officer Yates, and shocker, Dr. Dekker had... Sorry, you just have to read it. I should have spoiler alert tattooed on my forehead. And can we not do the grief counselling thing today? I'm all sorts of behind on work, and I'm getting more stressed out watching it all pile up. If you need anything though, I'm here.
I feel thirsty, Doctor. And hot. Do you have any water? What's temazepam? Why are you asking? Dr. Dekker prescribed me some temazepam once, but I never used them. I probably still have them if you want them back. You reminded me the sleeping pills were called temazepam. I'm not trying to hide anything, Doctor. I'll look for them when I get home. I may have given some away at a nightclub. You can get a buzz, if you know what you're doing.
I don't think you do.
I've been drinking a lot of water recently. I didn't go to the beach. I didn't go to the sea. I said I would, but I didn't. I've been feeling this way for a while. It's like it's getting worse because I didn't go to the sea. It's like I'm having... I don't feel well. I feel sick most of the time, dizzy, thirsty. Got a head fog like you wouldn't believe. My doctor, Dr. Rose, sent me blood tests. Dr. Rose thinks maybe I have a vitamin deficiency. I can tell she has no idea. She smiles, but she doesn't have any answers. I think I probably need to go back to the beach. See, Doctor. It's calling me. This sounds crazy, but but I can hear the sea.
It's official, she's Ariel from The Little Mermaid.
Falling off in my head.
I feel the sea. It's
You know where
calling
the sea
me.
is? From here? It's over there. Wherever I am, I know exactly where the sea is. It's like a compass. I have this recurring dream. I'm at the beach. I strip and walk into the sea. The sea feels warm and comforting. Not cold and harsh like you think. I swim down to the bottom of the ocean and breathe freely. I can breathe water. On the ocean floor ahead of me, there's a beautiful creature.
You're
Glowing green
Ariel.
with feelings. So warm and transfixed.
You're Ariel. You're Ariel.
Ship, almost steady. Below me, the floor is woven and human flesh. Dead bodies, but some of them still struggling for life. These are the ones touching me, gripping my feet. Scream. That's when I wake up. You have that dream, Doctor? It's horrific and beautiful at the same time.
Jesus Christ.
It's a dream, Doctor. Stranger things happen in dreams. Do you forget anything from our sessions, Doctor? People follow me to the beach. I don't know who they are, and I don't know what happens to them. I don't always get followed, though, so it doesn't explain my blackouts. I said I don't know what happens to them.
I don't believe
Not
you.
always the beach. Sometimes
I don't
they follow me
believe
home.
you. I don't believe you, Ariel.
My home is in Chantry. You know that. You rang my doorbell last night.
What?
I don't know. I didn't whisper, but you just followed me.
Oh, I didn't.
I don't feel comfortable here, Doctor. I'd like to leave.
No.
You lent me some money to start my business. It was a proper agreement. I remember signing things. He thought that a distraction would do me good. I don't think he expected me to trawl the beach for treasure and sell it online. I hear a sound like singing, calling. It gets stronger when I face it, when I move towards it. That's how I know where the sea is. But when I don't go to the sea, I feel like the sound gets louder all the time. I'm having trouble sleeping. Perhaps I need sleeping tablets after all. Dr. Dekker thought I had too much time on my hands, so a distraction would do me good. He lent me $15,000, all in all. Dr. Dekker kept a bottle of whiskey, or maybe gin, I'm not sure. It was in his desk at all times, and when things got a little intense, he'd pour himself a glass. It's obviously an effect I have on people.
Jesus Christ.
Wow. So you think I spiked his drink and killed him with a paper spike? Nice. wouldn't you like to know? I'm not hiding anything.
I don't believe you.
It's just a game, Doctor. I like playing games. If you say so, it must have been your twin then. I don't know if I have a twin. Do you have a twin, Doctor?
I do not.
I know you don't. It was definitely you, wearing what you're wearing now. He's the cute, sad-looking one, isn't he? He asked me out, and I said I'd let him know. Do you think I should go out with him?
Yes!
Okay, but if he goes missing, don't go looking at me. It's a referral letter, Doctor. Don't overthink it. A girl can't be too careful with everything that's been going on. You said it with such a serious look on your face, I almost believed you. It would be good if you had some kind of superpower that helped me, but I don't think so. No, there's been no dancing. I haven't been feeling that well, Doctor.
Diazepam's the same sleeping pill Dr. Dekker prescribed me. Why would he mix those with alcohol? People are such idiots. Which reminds me, a truck driver died. I'm feeling good. I ran into one of your other patients, Mariana. She's beautiful. I think we might go on a date. Alcohol isn't something I usually notice on people until they're slurring and weaving around. Was Dr. Dekker an alcoholic? Probably. I never saw him drink, though. The truck driver that ran into Hannah. He's divorced, apparently. Killed himself. He mixed sleeping pills with alcohol, too. He died in his garage. I read it in the paper. He'd been drinking. Then he took the sleeping pills. And he went into his garage. Put the hose pipe in the refrigerator. Not until he put his daughter in the sink. It's one of those newspaper stories you read and hope it says he leaves behind his wife and 7-year-old daughter. His daughter's in the car.
Fuck!
No, I wrote him a letter. Dr. Dekker told me one of the ways to get through my grief would be to write a letter to the truck driver. I tried to forgive him. I know it was my fault, but the thing that made me feel best was blaming him. I think maybe he killed himself because of me. Do you think I'm to blame, Doctor? His daughter's picture is in the paper. Molly.
Fucking hell.
Ever since I saw a picture in the paper, I started thinking I could see her. Out of the corner of my eye. Like she's watching me.
Hey!
What are you trying to do most? Cure his patients or find out who killed him? It's been nice chatting with you. Don't get me wrong. But I can't help but feel you're mainly interested in finding out about the old doctor. I suppose you already know Dr. Dekker thought one of his patients was trying to kill him. He told me in one of our sessions, which was later rewound, that he had been leaving him messages on his prescription pad. Not good messages. He didn't tell me anything specific, just death threats. It was one of his many rants. I just sat there quietly, hoping he wasn't going to try and hypnotise me. I asked him if it was a boy or a girl's handwriting. He said he knew who it was, and that they'd be in trouble. I think he was bluffing. I can't really explain it, But she seems like such a friendly person. I think the police are barking up the wrong tree. I think I've probably said too much. It's probably not the same girl anyway. Please do. I wish I could believe you. My solicitors assured me that I wouldn't have to discuss anything about my trial, so I'm not going to. Concentrate on my state of mind, and let me worry about other things.
Some people would say Dr. Dekker had a bit of a drinking problem. It got worse and then it got better when his confidence turned up. I think it was the stress of dealing with the new patients. I like the odd tipple. I don't want to talk about grief today. I'm getting enough grief from work. I don't know if you know, but Professor Alderby used to be my professor. He teaches history and psychology, amongst other things. I know it's not technically work, but he asked if I would allow him to have video footage of the sessions with Dr. Dekker. Dr. Dekker wanted to be removed from all of the videos, so it's jump cut after jump cut, but I'm sure you've already noticed that. I didn't think you'd mind, since it wasn't your case anyway. Mostly it's the professor talking about how he viewed reality back then, in so much as he thought it was changeable. There's nothing else to do but watch while things are encoding. I don't take sleeping tablets, never have. I'm not allowed to prescribe either. Dr. Dekker had me try to forge his signature once, but I was woeful. I've been known to drink, not as much at the moment, not as much as Dr. Dekker did. He kept at least one bottle in his desk drawer at all times. You can't imagine the amount of times I wanted to sneak in and have some. Psychokinetics, remember? Cult of the Kinetic Mind? Professor Alderby said it was recommended reading to help with psychiatry. Professor Alderby saw the relationship between psychiatrist and patient as a variable battle. The patient must be cured by removing their psychokinetic ability if present, either by telling them it doesn't exist or by using another psychokinetic ability to negate it. It's a long time ago, I can't remember all of it. There was a specific example. If someone tells you they can fly, you tell them you control air currents and that from now on they won't be allowed to use them. This would normally stimulate the brain in such a way that the patient stopped thinking they could fly. The main danger is the therapist is believing they can control air currents.
Oh, stop it! You dear girl. Look at her. It's funny what the fuck you're up to. Silliness.
White chocolate rocky road, bitches!
Danger of pretending you have psychokinetic
More!
abilities is that you may start
More ASMR! Come on!
I suppose it's
These guys
possible
don't
that
mind.
somebody spiked his drink.
They'll probably
Most
prefer
people
the
probably
ASMR from the
knew he had a
coughing.
bottle on his desk. Wouldn't have been that hard to empty out some capsules into it.
No!
Please.
I want to lick the bowl! Oh, you did good, Mum. It tastes nice.
I'll go and suggest it. Make sure nobody touches the bottle. If you can travel back in time and kill your grandfather, then you cannot be born. But if you cannot be born, then you cannot kill your grandfather. It's a time traveler's chicken and egg, if you will.
This game is actually pretty good. It's interesting.
I have no idea. Maybe he was an undercover secret agent. Maybe he was getting more annoying as time progressed. You're not though. You're lovely. Is this a good time to ask for a raise? Wow. I was kidding, but thank you, Doctor. I'll take that as a yes. Don't worry, I'll sort it all out.
Hilda died last night. I was there. Well, I was there as her daughter. It was nice. She had a good day. She got to say what she wanted to say. Hilda was Hilda to the end. I was the doting daughter. Don't worry, everything's going to be okay. I love you, Mum. Then Hilda, with almost her last breath, looks me straight in the eye and says, "Don't let them take Amelia." Most people have taken sleeping pills at some time in their life, haven't they? Wasn't quite easy to get hold. Although, I have to get a doctor to sign a prescription if I need any work. It's probably the same as Jaya. Jaya seems really nice. I don't know why she'd want to work in a place like this. Definitely drank a bit. I didn't say anything about it. It's not very professional, is it? I mean, it's not like he was fun. It must be very stressful.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting an appreciation for all the therapists in the world.
I can tell just by looking at you. This job is really taking its toll on you. I just mean, I get all these weird people coming here. I mean, I've met some of them out in the waiting room. I know they're just people, but a couple of them seriously give me the creeps. She's a slightly older woman, isn't she? Always well dressed? Yes, her. I'm pretty good at picking up people's energy, and hers is cold. Actually, I think I sort of know her. Claire Castleford, isn't it? Apparently, she attacked her husband yesterday. I think of Dr. Dekker every time one of my patients dies. It makes me remember how he didn't care about his mum. He was a good therapist. He was a lousy son. I was angry at Dr. Dekker. Hilda's daughter, she's in Australia, so fair enough. Maybe she really couldn't get over to see her. But Dr. Dekker's mum was dying literally on the other side of town, and he just couldn't be. I shifted for her. In a way, I wish I hadn't, because it let Dr. Dekker off the hook, you know? I didn't realise how little he cared until I told him the news. Amelia's Hilda's dog. She used to have about 9 or Terry hasn't been into work for a few days. I hope there's nothing wrong with her.
Oh god. That's creepy.
Yes, I told Dr. Dekker. Most other people wouldn't believe me, but he did. In fact, he cared far more about the shifting than he did about his mum dying.
Jesus Christ.
For a moment, I thought he might cry. Just for a split second. He didn't. He just carried on with our session. I wish I knew about that. Jaya probably knows. She spent quite a long time with Sarah when she visited. Terry and I are never going to be best friends, but I wouldn't wish her ill. You've never seen me angry, have you, daughter? Don't say things like that when you don't mean them. It causes upset. Yes, once. I wanted to show him what I could do so he could see for himself. His hand. I told him to think of a loved one, and then there was nothing. I mean, literally nothing, just an empty void. The only thing I could feel was his hand holding mine. I'm pretty sure without that I'm not sure I could have made it back. I'm keeping her safe until I can pass her on to Hilda's daughter. Maybe she'll go to the funeral. I don't know. Are you okay, daughter? You look a bit pale. I referred myself because of Dr. Decker's mother. Was I supposed to have a letter?
There's no lake house today, sorry. David's not doing very well. He's caused a problem with the girl. I need to do something. The little girl, our neighbor at the lake house, she says David is weird.
Doctor! Sorry, but I found some of the referral letters we were talking about. There is a pattern, but it's not the same for everyone. He said to get them to you ASAP. Here you go.
Jesus Christ.
David has been hunting and skinning again. But from the look of the torso, he caught a domestic cat.
Oh.
I'm being generous. It was definitely a cat. I spoke to David about it, but I have no idea if he can comprehend me. He just grunts at me.
You in the middle of the game?
Yeah.
Not at all.
I'm in the middle of a live stream.
Okay. I'll talk to you later.
Who's that?
It's Blair.
What the fuck? Who stole? Who?
Don't know. Someone's stolen their money. They left it in their car and they didn't pack they didn't lock their car.
Fucking morons.
Look.
Oh, fuck off.
Exactly.
Fuck off.
Well, that's how I feel.
No. Write a comment and say, do not give for someone's... Alright. You know what, I'm gonna do this. Fuck them.
Julie, just let it go.
No.
Between us, don't worry.
If you don't lock your car, of course your money's gonna get stolen. You're a fucking idiot. Fucking cousin of mine's a fucking moron. Give a little line to my fucking ass. No, fuck him.
Yes, sorry. I left out an important detail. The girl, Anushka, she was crying because her cat had gone missing and she thinks that David killed it. Doctor, I'm worried that David's not going to stop at cats. He's killed deer, rabbits, wild birds, and now cats. I'm worried he might add little girls to his list. I can't stop him. I can't stop him. I can't control him in any way at all. Ever since I brought him back from the dead, he has done nothing but ignore me. I'm starting to think that I need to put David out of his misery. That I need to end his suffering. That I need to kill him again. What shall I do, Doctor? Should I kill David? I never talked to Bryce, but I did talk to Iris. She didn't want to at first. She blames me for David's death, but as we both know, that's not a thing. Anyway, she said she was never locked up in any basement and had never heard of any Dr. Dekker. So it's, as I first suspected, a lie. You didn't make all that up so I could talk to Iris again, did you? Then Mr. Bryce seems to have a few more issues than me. Perhaps you should ask him about that.
Fucking hell.
Very well. I will do as you say. I suppose I can let this go on, now that someone else knows about it. The responsibility of having David is too much for me on my own. Thank you, Doctor.
Deal with it.
I've never used sleeping pills. I'm too afraid of what would happen to me in my sleep. If Dr. Dekker was an alcoholic, he hid it well. I never saw him drink. He certainly never offered me a drink. God knows I could have used it. David hasn't been well. Otherwise I'd taken him. Shall I bring him to you next time?
Yes.
Next time then. Although it will have to be just you here, and late at night. I can't have anyone else see you. Oh yes, here. From a few weeks ago. As you can see, Doctor, he looks perfectly normal.
What? Shit.
Fine. I'm worried. My pursuer in the hour, he's definitely military. I've developed a new skill to deal with him. Last night, I saw him draw something from his jacket. He was approaching me, grinning. I had nowhere to go. So I closed my eyes and imagined. Well, I imagined being back home. And when I opened them again, I teleported.
Oh, Jesus.
My other doctor had prescribed me sleeping pills before I came to see Dr. Dekker. I think they were called temazepam. I never took them. I saw Jessica across the street this morning. She waved, but I just crumbled. Ever since I took those photos, I haven't been able to face her. Do you think I should tell her about the photos, Doctor?
No.
I didn't think I should either. She took me forever. Maybe when she next waves, I'll at least wave back. Work is fine. If anything, I've been falling behind again. think it's the stress of not being alone in the midnight hour. I never saw Dr. Dekker touch a drop. Doesn't mean it wasn't going on behind closed doors, though, does it? It's just that one thing, just the painting I've stolen recently. I think my new pursuer is unraveling me. Is it okay to steal things, Doctor, if I really like them?
No! No!
I thought you'd say that. I will do my best to refrain from it, but I can't promise anything. Yes, that's David Castlewood. I've no idea when it was taken. Shocking composition. I was one of Dr. Dekker's first patients. I wasn't referred by anyone. My GP recommended I saw someone privately. I think he was just sick of listening to me complain about how little time I had during our 10-minute slot. My pursuer, he's measured in his approach, watching, testing. I think he's death, Doctor. It's just me. I'm going crazy. I'm so strange. Everything about me is strange already, but I was as surprised as you are. I just imagined I was somewhere else, and there I was. Perhaps Dr. Dekker was right. Think of something, and it becomes real, if you believe it. But I'll only do it wisely. Imagine the mistakes you will make. Don't want to become one with the igneous layer too soon. These sessions cost a lot of money, Doctor. I'm not just going to leave in the middle of one. But I can see you don't believe me. Do you really want me to teleport, Doctor?
Yes.
Blink, and you'll miss it.
What the fuck?
No, no, I'm not becoming him. I'm not becoming Dekker. No, Doctor. No, you can't. I've seen what you can do. You can listen and ask, but you don't have any real power.
I haven't been in since he died. Since Dr. Dekker died. Valentine's Day was awful. I had a bit of an accident with a prep relay torch. I had to spend the night waiting for it. I melted a nail to my finger. It hurt a lot. I needed stitches. It's all fine now, though.
God, you look like a wounded cat.
He was a complicated man, as I suppose most people are. His external persona didn't match what he dreamed about. His dreams were amazing, filled with a spectrum of colours and creatures. It was like Narnia for grown-ups. That was the beginning. I'm a dream walker. I can visit people and help them on their way.
Okay.
It's something I've been able.
No.
Chaotic, dark. said he'd help me with my problem, but he's still here.
What the fuck?
Dr. Dekker. He wants me to kill people. He wants them to follow me to the sea, to the creature. It eats them. It's getting stronger. Dr. Dekker says when it's strong enough, it's going to walk again.
What the fuck?
That's where I black out. He doesn't want me to know. He doesn't want me to remember. I'm feeding a beast that wants to eat us all. You've got to tell me, Doctor. You have got to tell me the truth. You're dreaming, but your dreams are the truth. Don't forget me when you wake. I don't know how I'm in your dream, but now we're together. Let's play a game. I say a word, you say a word. Ready?
Okay.
Guilty. Murderer. Wrong answer. Now you're stuck with me. 3 little words and I'll let you go. Yes. Yes, you do.
Jesus Christ.
He rang my doorbell.
Truck driver.
The little girl.
Killed himself.
David is weird.
She's watching me.
I need to put David
Molly.
out of his misery.
Is it okay to steal things?
Speak to tablets. Fingerprints?
Like bodies.
I saw Jessica.
Should I kill David?
Nor did I last night.
Do you think I should tell her about
Psychokinetics?
photos?
Dr. Dekker seemed to like a drink.
Bit of a drinking problem.
It's probably the same for Jaya.
One of his patients was trying to kill him,
You lent me some money.
leaving a message.
Creature in flesh.
I teleported.
Do you have the dream, Doctor?
Insanity, please. Oh God.
Oh. Doctor. You look. There's something I need to tell you. I can't find Dr. Dekker's prescription pad anywhere. I'm not sure when it went missing, but I don't remember seeing it for a while. Yours is there, but I'm scared one of the patients may have got their hands on it. Let me know if you find it, anyway, and ask me about Mariana later. I've got news.
Why would someone steal Dr. Dekker's prescription pad? I didn't even know he had one. I don't dream, Doctor. I haven't dreamed for years now. Yeah. I did say that was a dream, didn't I? Is it easier to swallow, knowing it's the truth? People follow me into the sea. I don't force them, they just follow to see the creature. Wow. That's a low blow, Doctor. And after all our sessions, I'm not a thief. Even the loan, that was just unfortunate. I prefer actions over words, Doctor. You know. Thanks for reminding me, Doctor. I don't remember seeing it when we got back on Valentine's night. Maybe he put it in his briefcase. Did anyone look there? On Valentine's night, the Uber driver took me home. Then I got a text from Dekker asking to meet him here.
Oh, fucking hell.
I walked. He said he had a proposal for me. That if I gave him what he wanted, he'd give me what I wanted. His money back. I do count it. Don't you know what I want? Dr. Dekker asked for his loan back after diagnosing me as sane. In his opinion, my blackouts and everything else were fictional. He had no proof, of course. Either way, or I'd be cured, but he asked for his money back, and I didn't have it. I suppose it's about an hour's walk from here to my house. The truth is, I'm not like you, Doctor, or anyone else. I can swim to the bottom of the ocean for hours, and people follow me, even if it's the last thing they do.
Fuck's sake.
I'm not sure what you'd call it. A wisp? A star? So bright, warm, loving. I don't know where it leaves me. It only wants the others.
Fucking hell.
Feeds on them. When I look down, I black out. But if I can just keep looking forward, no blackouts, I can just swim back to the top when it's finished. You really want to know? If I look down, it's writhing, just limbs of people from the clubs and bars. Not just from this week, last month, last year. They all look terrified, but somehow still alive. A creature. It's all inside them, poking holes through them that they shouldn't have. It just eats them.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Slowly. Missing people. That's where they go. I don't want to do it. I swear I don't, Doctor. Creature. I hear it. It's hungry. No.
Fuck's sake.
It's a secret. It's our secret. But when you tell people that I'm feeding people to a creature at the bottom of the ocean, what proof do you have? You can't tell me. You know what you do to me. When you visit, I let you do it because sometimes I'm ashamed of what I've done.
I don't visit you!
You make me feel like I deserve it.
What the fuck?
Look inside me, Doctor.
No!
It hurts. And you don't care. I can't explain explain what happened with Jones. He followed me back from the bar that night and swam with me under the ocean. I blacked out. He'd gone.
Fucking hell!
You must have read about John in the news. He was a local student who went missing. He was older. And he had a way with words, but he was also cheap. The creature liked eating him a lot. But I can't explain what happened next. I left him to be eaten. And the next morning, he turns up in my bed at my house. He's not wet at all. No signs he's been in the sea, but he has holes in him. Lots of holes. His inside is on the outside.
Oh,
All tangled worms.
oh, Jesus Christ.
You knew that, Doctor, didn't you? That's why I'm here. I think I killed John. John and some others. I need to know whether it's insane or not.
You are insane.
No. The creature killed John. My lawyer. He says I'm insane, but that he needs you to rubber stamp it. Do you think I'm insane, Doctor?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Doctor. That's all I ever needed to hear you say. I'm fine, Doctor. I went to the beach, swam under the sea, and returned to tell the tale. No blackouts. Nothing.
You are definitely not cured.
You're a naughty one, Doctor. You know you visited my home. Why do you keep denying it? Don't you remember? That's a shame. You had fun.
No.
If you can't remember, I'm certainly not going to enlighten you. You can't get blood out of stone, Doctor. Squeeze me as hard as you can.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I think you know who killed him. So you're gonna have a good day. We talk a bit about hypnotism. This might feel like the darkest timeline, but it's not my darkest timeline. I didn't kill Dr. Dekker. I look at one of your other patients, maybe even your assistant. Things have been interesting, thanks to Mariana. We went on a date. What sort of? She texted me this bar she was going to, and I just turned up. She can dance. I was transfixed most of the night. Next thing I know, I'm lying in my bed, at home. The room's spinning. The day moved forward. In fact, every night I go and watch Mariana dance, the day moves forward. Do you think Mariana likes me? It's prescription pads missing. The one with all the death threats on it. Do you think the murderer took it to cover their tracks? suppose it could be a coincidence, but I'm guessing whoever murdered Dr. Dekker stole his prescription. Thanks, Doctor. I can't say what it is. I don't want it to be triggered. Pluto's not a planet, is it? And why? So he did plant it or something? I have absolutely no idea. Did you find out what the key word is? What is it? No. Don't say it. Write it down. And thank you. You know, there's something I've not been telling you. It's about time travel. I read a book about time travel. I thought what was happening to me was a type of time travel.
No.
The doctors...
Oh, this is boring.
Her obituary changed in the press clippings I kept. It said she was killed instantly. Nothing else changed. The family seemed to hate me more, which is ironic, because the first time around, they pulled her off life support. So I saved them the indignity. Now they just think it was my careless driving that caused her death. I'm at peace with Hannah now. I can save her. And I'll keep trying, but I must move forward. I did kind of ask you not to talk about this anymore, but I suppose you're not taking notes. I haven't been lying. As far as everyone's concerned, she died in that car accident. Instantly. I didn't have time. I jumped back to the split second the accident happened. The truck was already on us. I swerved left the first time, so I tried right. If I could have saved her, I would have done. I didn't want her to die.
Poor Mariana. Dr. Dekker must have been serious about getting his money back. I've had a response from the small claims court. Is that motive enough, Doctor? Dr. Dekker's prescription pad is still missing. I'll let you know if it turns up. I didn't know anything about that. If I have any grievances with my employer, I spit in their coffee. I hope that's how you like it.
What the fuck?
Don't become like Dr. Dekker. I think that somebody killed him because he was using them. There's some footage I can't show you because it would affect you too much. Suffice to say, when Mariana told him she could breathe underwater, he wanted the same power for himself. So instead of trying to cure her of it, he'd try and amplify it to see how it worked, so he could imagine it for himself. I think he did that with all his special patients. I think he wanted all of their powers. If you believe in that sort of thing.
No.
Any patient who presented with psychokinetic issues, they were his special patients. Towards the end, he began ignoring all the other cases. Most of the patients saw it as a curse, what they were experiencing, what they were unwittingly doing. Dr. Dekker saw it as an ability, a power to be harnessed and used for, well, God knows what he was going to use it all for. So he made them give in to it, and it consumed them, consumed all of them. Whether you believe any of that or not is your choice, but they did, which made them angry. And that's why I think he was murdered by a patient. I think I'm okay with the grief now. My mother died suddenly, and I think I was projecting Dr. Dekker's death to be about her. I know they're not related. I'm worried about you, Doctor. You seem quiet and, well, it's just your fingerprints on the bottle. Maybe you touched it by accident? You didn't know him, did you? Then why are your fingerprints on his vodka bottle? No, don't answer that. The infectious madness of Dr. Dekker, who hasn't it touched? I'm so worried. You just seem a little different from the person you turned up all those weeks ago. You don't talk to me as much as you did. You flitter between patients in a daydream. Tell me what things are bothering you. Who measures sanity or insanity? One man's philosopher is another man's fool. I'm keeping an eye on you. I won't let you go crazy. My mother died suddenly, like Dr. Dekker. For her, though, it was different. She burst into flame.
No.
It's not your job to find out who the murderer is. It's the police. You can only point them in the right direction. Murder is a means to an end. There's a lot more going on here you should be thinking about. Fictional space god that's resting at the bottom of the Atlantic. It's not likely, is it? Or maybe you think it is. Have you spoke to Mariana today? Your patients will always be a bother, but you're caring for people. We do still care, don't we, Doctor? In a few weeks' time, there'll be a whole new bunch of faces with a whole new bunch of quirks. Let's not have a whole new doctor, shall we?
Oh my.
About the prescription pack. Someone was sending Dr. Dekker death threats. I had no idea. He never said anything to me about it. Yes, I took it. I had to.
Why?
Dr. Dekker told me he could use it to take away my pain. I'm good. I'm a happy person. And really, what's the point of being miserable? It doesn't matter what's going on at work or anything. Happy is the only goal. Max told me that. I think some footballer might have said it. I told you about Max, right? Didn't I mention him before?
I think you don't, Max.
But you don't know the whole story. Max is 77. He was one of my patients.
Oh.
I thought he was dying, so I shifted for him. Came along.
Ew! 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 Hold on. Ugh.
Like I say, he doesn't even know where she is now. But she obviously still loves him. When I shifted, I felt all fluttery and excited. It's so sweet, isn't it?
Oh my god.
Yes.
No. I don't want to know.
I could never hurt anyone. You have to believe me, Doctor. You're very welcome. I suppose he was just trying to cure me. I mean, I thought he believed that I could shift, but maybe he didn't. Maybe he was just humouring me the whole time. Usual stuff. Flour, sugar, butter, chocolate chips, and my special ingredients. A little herbalist magic to give us some.
Oh, fuck.
You can put herbal remedies in food. The effect's more subtle, but it does work. I don't know why Max didn't die. He usually does. I just mean, when I shift, they see their loved one and say what they have to say, and then there's nothing stopping them from moving on. Why? What did you think I meant? I think it's because Max didn't die. He saw me change back after I let go of his hand. There wasn't anything I could do about it.
I'm fine. I killed David. Again. He went too far. David is a monster. Anushka, she's hanging up. David hunted her and hung her up. Doctor, I think I'm going to be sick. I can't talk about this. Let's talk about something else, please. Like my diagnosis. I promised you'd diagnose me as temporarily insane. You can't go back on that now. With an axe. I got him to put his head on the wood block. He didn't really know what he was thinking. Trust him. I cut off his head. And I could do it. I swear. Probably in this Oh, the continuous saga of Dr. Dekker. After he'd seen David and done his due diligence, he came up with an offer I couldn't refuse. Remember? The one I told you about when we first met. Dr. Dekker wanted me to reanimate him. He said he would kill David unless I agreed. He called me on Valentine's night. He promised to use a disposable phone so there would be no trace. I was supposed to come here, where I would find him dead, and then reanimate him. I agreed immediately. It seems that Dr. Dekker went through with his half of the agreement. But I forgot to turn up.
Hello?
I never saw Dr. Dekker's prescription pad. I imagine he kept it hidden away. To stop people stealing it. I've already told you, I never saw his prescription. Doctor, did I tell you about that time that I used the power of my mind to bring my husband back? can't imagine what I'd do to the psychiatrist at Dobble's. But I'm sure it would be fun. Only honest.
Oh.
Yes. Dr. Dekker threatened to kill David. That terrified me at the time. I still had hope that David was closer.
Oh! No! What the fuck did she have?
I waved back at Jessica yesterday, and she smiled. It was bigger than normal. I think we may have made a connection, Doctor.
That's good.
The photos I have of her, I think I'm going to destroy them. They're my problem, not hers. I'm not feeling very well. I tried to sleep through the midnight hour, and I slept for 8 hours. When I woke up, it was looking at me. That thing was looking at me. Time was still frozen. I can't escape it. I'm doomed.
Oh dear.
It knows what I did with Dr. Dekker. It's been taunting me. It wanted me to follow it, so I did. It brought me here, Doctor. Here. It thinks I killed Dr. Dekker. I'm sure of it.
I knew it!
I took his body. It was me. I took it from the coffin because I didn't want him put in the ground. I didn't know what I was going to do with him. I just didn't think burial would be enough. Maybe I would cremate him. But the body disappeared. I've only been cremated last evening.
Hey!
I had a private tool shed at work. I moved his body in there before the burial. But when I came back, he'd gone. It was locked and he'd gone. How did that happen, Doctor? How did Dekker do that?
I don't know, but I don't like being threatened to be cremated.
Perhaps. It had crossed my mind that Dr. Dekker perhaps resurrected himself. Maybe he wasn't dead, just sleeping. If someone else moved Dekker, they'd had to have picked the lock, moved the body, and then locked up again. Why go to the trouble of locking up again? It's not out of the question to think that Dr. Dekker teleported himself out of the tool shed. If I can do it, he probably can. That's the kind of thing I've been thinking. But the thing that's been following me, it can teleport too. I think the thing might be Dekker. Is the thing Dekker?
No!
So it is. You worried me then, Doctor. I thought you were starting to believe in the unbelievable too. I teleported back into the art gallery after our session. Deep midnight. I replaced the painting. So, I haven't stolen anything for a long time now.
Very good.
Perhaps
Very
a cheeky borrow best describes it.
Oh, naughty!
I tried to avoid my extra hour. I tried to sleep through it. I did try one thing. I spied on you, Doctor.
What?
You have a strange...
Why have you been...
You live in the same house as Dr. Dekker. I spied on him several times, so I know the house very well. You kept it almost entirely the same. Why did you live in the same house as Dr. Dekker? Is it a perk? Or you, Dr. Dekker?
What?
Thought it might be a perk. I'm sorry I spied on you.
So you should be.
I'm just getting worried that you weren't who you said you were. Just some mannerisms, strangeness. It's good you've adopted his dog, though. I'm not sure many people would have done. I didn't steal Dekker's pad.
Okay.
I didn't have to. If I wanted to use it, I could just teleport in here and steal a sheet. Why take the whole pad? Why be that obvious? Well, kudos to whoever had the guts to do that. Wasn't me. What did they say? Piqued my interest now. I tried to sleep through my extra hour. I didn't want to face it. That thing has been taunting me. I wish I was still religious.
Yeah. Blah, blah, blah.
The thing that's following me, it doesn't have a face. I saw it close up when it was standing over me. It has no face, no eyes, no mouth, no nothing. Inside its hood is just space. Just a black hole.
Okay.
I didn't kill Dr. Dekker. If anything, I'm guilty of not bringing him back to life. And that's manslaughter at best. Good luck proving my talent, Doctor. What are you doing?
Accuse?
Doctor. Frankly, I'm astonished. To accuse me of killing Dr. Dekker when others around you must be the more likely choice. Oh dear. I think this has put our therapy back a few steps. We'll need to build up the trust again. Very disappointing.
Sorry. Maybe it was...
Doctor, we've had a bad day, haven't we? If you think I'm guilty, then one of your patients must have you just where they want you. I'll forget this indiscretion and go and put the kettle on.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Lie down to me.
Alright, I think I know. It's either these two. I'll try you.
Doctor, I didn't think you had it in you to kill underlow me. Was I too muddled? I think if you're going to tell the police that I'm guilty, then I'd like to speak to my lawyers. I'd like them to see the security footage from my apartment. The footage that clearly shows you coming over, uninvited, and pounding away on my door like a psycho. And then I'd have to tell them the truth. That you wanted to have Dr. Dekker's job so bad you killed him. That you made me seduce him and drug him so that you could run a paper spike through his heart. And then after, when I wanted out, when I wanted to tell the police, you started stalking me. That's the truth, Doctor. I guess that's far more believable than thinking Dr. Dekker was eaten by a creature from the deep. A creature that he was trying to appease. Or, I suppose you could tell them that I'm insane. And I could take the fall for you. Couldn't I, babe?
What the fuck? It was Mariana. What about your patients? What about you?
So I've got a new dog, a basset hound. She's got these big floppy ears and a really sad face. You know, even sadder than I look. Ginger. I call her Ginger.
She's a rescue. And since I've had Ginger, I've never looked back. Literally. Not one day.
It looks like Terry won't be coming back. She hasn't been in for a while. I thought she just had a bug or something, but from what I've heard, it's not good. Apparently, she's in intensive care, and they can't figure out what's wrong with her. I'm not going to lie. Work's much easier now than it to most people. That made me a horrible person.
I suppose in hindsight it was self-defense all along. It hadn't occurred to me that I was just defending myself when I stabbed him. It probably just took the right lawyer to help me see it that way. I'm happy I'm free, obviously. Who wouldn't be? There's just one small problem, Doctor. My husband is still alive.
Oh.
I think I was in my own head too much. Manifesting things that weren't there. But I'm very much an art connoisseur now. It's definitely helping keeping me sane. I realised that I'm a very visual person, and paintings can keep me occupied for hours. I go to Providence whenever I get the time. It's the local art gallery here. The best time to go is late at night. You get the place all to yourself.
What I want to know is, how did you know which patient was the murderer? I mean, they all lied to you, didn't they? I'm just glad it's business as usual around here and I'm not having to look for another doctor again. It's embarrassing. Dr. Dekker almost caught me writing the advert for his replacement.
Jesus.
Stop worrying, Mr. Ashby. Yes, it sounds almost certain that you murdered your business partner, but I can get you a temporary insanity plea. I'm a lawyer, not an agony aunt. Now, as I was saying to you before, you need to choose your particular strangeness before I can refer you. Once you have chosen it, don't waver. They have to believe what you're saying is true for it to work.
Okay. Thank you guys so much for joining me. That was an interesting game. I will definitely play it again in my own time. And thank you guys so much. It was a lot of fun. So, I'll see you guys in the next stream. This has been exciting. Bye.